morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Hello, everyone. We're going to jump straight into it. Hello. Good morning. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So, wait, chat says National Floors Direct thinks your content is good enough for monetization. Did you get an ad before the stream started? Is that what you're referencing? I didn't realize that most people don't have YouTube Premium. So as a content creator, that was like shocking to me because I've had it for so long that I forget people watch ads, which is like so interesting. So shout out to those who watch the ads. Thank you. So today we're getting into part 3, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. And I just want to say again as a refresher that we're not coming here, I think, given the data to say Amber Heard is innocent or that Johnny Depp is 100% a villain. But I think what we can say based off of what we've seen in the last couple of days is that, you know, this is like a perfect storm of toxic people coming together, but we're finding out new ways to perceive the situation, excuse me, contrary to maybe how we felt initially. I have already started to see comments on my videos or in other videos regarding the case where it's like Johnny Depp is 100% innocent. He was never the predator or perpetrator. He was always the victim. And that's the narrative we're popping a bubble on, because I also believed him to be 100% the victim. But I think now that we're revisiting the case and the data and the evidence that, you know, has been presented in court, I would say that he was abusive. I would say Amber Heard was abusive. I would say that we have to have conversations about toxicity. I'm trying to step away from calling it mutual abuse. That sounds weird. I would just say that, you know, regardless, when you're in a very unhealthy and toxic situation, I think individually you can become an abusive person and take it out on people. And so I want to make sure that we're not sort of forgetting that, like, there's a huge nuance to being a person, and it's remembering that nobody is perfect. But that doesn't mean we can't, one, hold people or ourselves accountable, and 2, that we can't make amends and be better people. And also 3, oh my god, I might sneeze. Ooh, so much for those allergy pills. Just kidding. But also 3, that life is never exactly what it seems. And sometimes it's exactly what it seems. Like, without a doubt, Johnny Depp is friends with abusers. He uses misogynistic dog whistles in his speech. He has admitted, or has been proven through his text messages and the way that he's conducted himself, that he has been abusive. And so we know, coming from when the case was originally happening to so many of us siding with Johnny, it's just important for those of us who thought him to be like this very specific kind of victim to remember that it's never that black and white. And you can still be a victim of abuse, even when you're a bad person, even when you're an abuser, even when you're a predator. And I think we have to remember that. And that's why I like to hold people individually accountable instead of sort of like all of their character, all of everything that they are. I just want people to hold themselves accountable to their own values and morals off of specific, like, the thing we're talking about. So that's how I think of it. That's why I say, you know, just because other people are doing it doesn't mean you should do it. And that's why I say when temptation comes knocking, it doesn't mean you have to give in. It's an opportunity for you to introspect and meditate on who you are as a person. So when opportunities arise, you do take the higher ground. You do turn the other cheek. You do the bigger person thing, not because you will every time, but because we can a lot of the time, you know. And I think that's what we're kind of focusing on, is how do we harm reduce? How do we make better decisions? And how do we make sure that when we're in opportunities to make a different choice, we make those different choices? It's like, I am never on this channel going to advocate for you to be perfect. I would never ask you to do something I could not do myself. And I am a very imperfect person, but I know enough about temptation to know that I've said no to it more than I've said yes. And I think more people can do that. And I think most people do. I just think sometimes like, if you've watched the Armie Hammer case, if you watched Armie Hammer, it's clear that he doesn't understand. Even though I do think in some ways he was quote, falsely accused, I think in some ways he was also very abusive. I think it can be both. I think somebody who's has bad values can accuse you of something you didn't do, and you could still be guilty of doing something else. And I think that's kind of what's happening here. It's like people are mixing truths in with the lie. So when you try to decide what's a lie, they're like everything or nothing. And I'm like, okay, we don't need to be so black and white with it. Like, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. It can be like you can be a person who did a bad thing and be falsely accused. And I think that needs to be said. With that said, don't think Amber is falsely accusing Johnny. Like, I need to be that. I do believe her because I believe what he said and what his text messages showed and what his assistant said and what the evidence shows. But I would say they're both lying about something. The question is, which part are they all lying about? I don't think either Johnny or Amber have been transparent or honest. And I think it's probably in their best favor not to be. It's the same way we see it with anything else. And one, society certainly doesn't want you to be. Right? We don't have a path in American society to allow people redemption or to feel safe telling the truth, whether you're a victim or a predator, which is interesting. Okay. Chat says, are you also thinking of rewatching Frenemies 2 or have I imagined it? Starts next week, girls. Frenemies, Tuesday next week. Okay. Okay. Chat says new camera. Nope. Same old camera, just different lighting. Same camera, new lighting, girls. And chat says, from what I've gathered from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, Depp was found guilty in the UK, but not guilty in the USA. Correct. So in the UK, the judge says he was definitely guilty of at least 10 plus counts, which we covered in the last stream. But in the US, it was not found so. So, that's the other thing to take into consideration. I don't think it's wrong for us to, by our own moral standard, say that Johnny's an abuser, or for us, by our own moral standard, to say that Amber was an abuser. I think it is probably ignorant to think that, well, maybe not. Maybe it's just your values. I think it's a testament to people's values if they look at Johnny and know the details in a real way. Because like I said, I swear I watched the case when it was first happening and I didn't see half the stuff that I've been seeing now. I haven't processed it the same way, which I think most people, that's how they're processing information anyways. It's not like someone's going to sit and watch 45 hours of a trial unless they're, a streamer or something or very locked in. It's not a majority. So if you fall into the majority, you're probably hearing snippets. And the way the media told the story, if you go on YouTube right now and you Google Johnny Depp hilarious moments at trial, you will see like a bunch of videos of Johnny being charming and funny at trial. If you try to type the same thing in for Amber, you do not get that. You get she's lying about everything. You get, just horrible videos tearing her apart. So we have to question that part of the observation. We have to process the misogyny that was so permitted during this trial because we argue like, well, they deserve it. I don't know what that means. Do you get to become racist because somebody did something bad? Do you get to be a misogynist because somebody did something bad? I would say no. You don't get to be racist because somebody killed your family member who happened to be a group of person. Like, you don't get to be homophobic because a gay person hurt you. You don't get to be transphobic. Like, that's not how it works. And including misandry. We fight misandry on this channel every day because I know why when you're growing up in a patriarchal society, you might think misandry is the answer. It's not. And we suffer from it as we do from misogyny. So it's our job to deconstruct it, not to encourage it. Not to encourage it. And so that's why we move away from these things, right? Chat says it all depends on who started the abuse first. Absolutely not. It only matters legally, not morally. Again, you don't get to be a victim of circumstance of life and take it out on people, even your abusers. Do not seek revenge. Do not hurt people because you've been hurt. And I think this is just so hard for people because we are such a violent species that it takes a lot of meditation and work not to be. And I'm not coming from a place where I haven't been, angry or, how people make jokes like I wish Trump had died. Like, I don't appreciate those comments and I think people need to grow up and stop saying them. But I also think that comes from their own pain and hurt. And I've been there. I've called people cunts and I wish they would die and all that shit because I felt so betrayed. But at the end of the day, that's an ugliness within me. That's an ugliness within you. Right? Like, we need to remember that the ugly within us is our responsibility, regardless of how ugly the world has been to us. Right? Chad says it doesn't matter who started it, ? Because if someone hits you and you hit them back, wouldn't that be self-defense? That's what I'm talking about. Okay, well, then that's not Your statement says it all depends on who started the abuse first. In context to what I was just saying about not becoming abusive, abuse and self-defense are not related. So that's why I read it that way. You could have meant something else, but just a reminder, self-defense is not abuse. I want to make that abundantly clear. So if you're talking about self-defense, that's different. It's like, I just want to make sure, like, okay. Looks like we're on the same page. Okay, good. All right, let's go ahead and start off. So what I've done today is I have 4 videos to start off with. We'll see where my spoons are at. And to be completely honest, revisiting this case is emotionally a lot because it's just so much information. It's so ugly. And I just want to send a general reminder to all of us that, sometimes peace is found and depicted as being in the middle of the mountains, because though the mountains have their own level of violence and destruction, it's almost more tolerable. May I fight a bear over a man? Like, the whole idea, would you rather be in a forest with a bear or a man, comes down to sort of the relationship with that bear versus a man. It might be harder to have a relationship with a man over a bear, even if the bear kills you, because you know what I mean? And it feels a little bit that way when I'm dealing with really toxic people. I don't like doing it. It takes all of my energy. The reason I stopped covering drama so much is because, like, I don't like this part of humanity, and I just don't think it's a lot of people. And it just sucks when you're watching it day in and day out. So just like a reminder to you, we are watching some pretty horrible parts of humanity right now. This is not exactly the greatest part of humanity, and nor is it when you're consuming things about Palestine and Israel and all of these other things, which I do in my own personal time. And so I just want to remind everybody that, like, this isn't the crux of all of humanity. This is just like a specific group of people. And I think all of us can work to be better, but we have to remember that we are watching negativity, because I just think it can get to you after a while, like the ugliness of humanity. Don't become ugly because humanity is, right? Okay. Johnny Depp, these are 2 videos, short clips, 18 minutes each, about him listening to recordings of him and Amber. I thought it would be interesting to see Johnny kind of listening to these tapes and having a reaction. So we're going to start there. And then we're going to go on and watch the 2 doctors on Amber's side, quote, testify on her behalf, because I think it would be interesting. And then we'll keep going. Tomorrow, we're going to go over a content creator that everybody recommended to me, an FD signifier, shout it out, Medusa, something like this. We're going to cover her videos tomorrow. They're pretty long, but apparently some of the best. So we're going to end this week with those videos. But today we're going to go over trial stuff again. So here we go. Oh, wait.
I don't know why.
What? You hear that? Wait. Oh, there it goes. It was my earphones. Hold on. My earphones keep slipping out of the socket. Okay.
I don't know why anyone would record that.
Mr. Depp, the portion...
It's not the full clip, so we're coming in a little bit in. So we're observing Johnny.
The clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839, and just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. And the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes 40 seconds to 25 minutes 25 seconds.
Right. Do we have 342 already in evidence? Or
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
no? So you want to put 342, which is just the entire audio in?
Yes, I don't
Evidence.
believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
I don't believe, I hear this before. Okay, 342, any objection?
And as long as there's no one else in the audio recording, no objection.
We can confirm afterwards. So if Your Honor if it's more comfortable, we can put it in as 342A.
Okay. Well, and what was let's put 342A, and what's the, I'm sorry,
Welcome, Bob, to memberships. Happy to have you here. Thank you, guys.
what's the part that you're going to?
Don't forget to like the stream. 85 of you watching, 21 likes. Thank you.
It's 19 minutes 40 seconds to 25 minutes 25 seconds.
All right. And there's just the 2 of them, and that's this excerpt, is that
That's correct.
All right, that's 342A in evidence then, thank you.
I don't care.
Do you understand why 10 minutes downstairs
I don't
didn't
care.
seem real?
I don't care.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care. I don't care.
You do.
There's plenty of things you've done, plenty of things you've fucking done that were absolute fucking lies.
I didn't
I'm not
ever-
even fuck with you about it. So anyway, I'm leaving. So I'll see you in a bit. Yeah?
Is that what matters?
Your lies?
Is this what matters to you, your party?
Your lies, I understand.
I never led you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this?
I'm leaving. I'll be back.
Why?
So I'm leaving.
What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
It's a runaway, yeah. I run because I'm a cop.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do I get, I'm leaving? Because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to. I have never prioritized you behind that. And you, of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said I love you, I'm so sorry. And then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away. But I'm not running, I'm walking away.
Well, the one thing is for sure, I don't want to be with you. I don't. I really don't.
Then if you don't want to be with me in life,
Goodbye.
then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about.
Leave it all.
Is that what it's worth to you?
Yeah. Yeah. For you, from all this bitching, from all these rules, all these.
Rules? Because I asked you to stay?
Look, because you.
Because I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking.
What was
hard.
it? What was it when you asked me to
Because you're a
stay?
pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked me
I
to
can't
stay?
stand it. No.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia, you said you promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do?
I thought you would change.
What did I do?
Not change.
What did I do?
Not change.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You changed. You,
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change and you were a fucking
I stayed.
pain in the ass and you were a cunt.
So I stayed, and I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me
Pretty much.
about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So,
When
which
you
guy,
cried-
does that seem normal to you?
When you
Does that
cried-
seem normal to you? The guy, you told me tonight
Let
that
me-
you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
Let's have you tell me
That seems sober? You seem
give me
normal?
the definition of normal. You.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now.
Without question.
When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up, I'm not fighting with you anymore. I've been saying this to you the whole night. I'm really sorry we disagreed. You're not perfect. I said this 2 hours ago. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I love that you put
But we
me
don't
first.
have to do this every time we disagree.
No. No, we don't. But we do.
Please.
We do.
Please, come here.
And you have
Please come here.
every insult.
Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you.
Back.
I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Smack me on the ear again.
I love you.
I'm gonna smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds in my fucking cranium. You like that?
I love you.
Wait, I gotta rewind that.
Ear again.
I love you. Stop.
Smack me on the ear again.
He said smack. I would show the subtitles, guys, but it doesn't work on my stream. Their text is in the way. My picture's in the way. Having the subtitles on is not going to fucking help anybody. I can't read the subtitles on screen. So he said, slap my ear again. Okay, so they're both physically abusive, both emotionally abusive, both incredibly toxic together. And I would just keep in mind that like physical violence on your partner, on your friends, on your family isn't okay. You know, it's, again, I know this is very nuanced because what constitutes physical violence is different than roughhousing with your siblings. I don't want people to be like, well, my siblings and I used to slap each other in the face as a joke. That's great. That has nothing to do with intimate partner violence. So intimate partner violence is being displayed here. That's what they're both talking about. They're, you know, and I do believe it. I believe she hit him. I believe he hit her. Just by the way the recordings sound, by the way the conversations are had, by the way I do believe it. I have no reason to think they haven't hit the fuck out of each other. And they certainly yell at the fuck out of each other. They're certainly saying, you know, but I would say that I question him calling her borderline. I would say she sounds pretty like normal in the moment right now. She sounds like pretty level-headed. I think it's really difficult when you have this like really toxic relationship. And look, think of all the toxic relationships we watch online between streamers. And it will feel this way where you realize like when people fight and they're toxic, there is no way to make it work. You have got to break up. The only way to save you is to break up, do independent therapy and get better. And pay attention to which part of the union gets better and which one doesn't. Pay attention to which part of the union hangs out with abusers and doesn't. Now, to be fair, both of them are friends and have associations with what I think are pretty scummy people. But that's not surprising since they picked each other, both scummy people, in my opinion. Okay? In my opinion. I wouldn't trust Amber. I wouldn't trust Johnny. But just with this audio alone, I'm like, okay, so he hit her, she hit him. That's what I'm hearing. I believe that. Okay, but you cannot make this, you cannot salvage this relationship. You can't. This is why I say my partner and I do not fight. And people don't believe me when I say, no, my partner and I do not yell at each other. We do not fight. We do not name call. We do not take our rings and throw it. We do not throw tantrums. We communicate. We've both been to therapy. We both believe in mental health. We both believe in meditation and introspection. We both work on stuff. But more than any of this, we both respect each other. I respect my partner. Okay? They respect me. And the difference here is this is not respect. This is not respect. When you don't respect somebody, I do think you're more than likely to start getting, you know, more toxic than not toxic, right? Okay, let's keep going with the audio.
I'm gonna smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds in my fucking cranium. You like that? Huh? I love you too.
See, I love you. I love you. I love you too. And chat says, I've never heard somebody say I love you. What did you say? Wait, hold on. Where is it? Shoot, I just saw it. Wait. I just saw this sentence. Oh my God, why can't I find it again? I just read it and laughed in my head. But like, I've never heard like love said so aggressively or whatever. Where was that? Oh, how humans shout, I love you with so much rage. Exactly. It's like they're saying, I love you. But it's like, I know, because like toxicity is on a spectrum. And toxicity truly is on a spectrum. So if you've even had a little bit of toxicity in a relationship, you know, I dated a guy who, he was much older than me. And I dropped a dish once. Like I have a problem with my hands. And it's been my whole life, ever since I was a kid into adulthood. My hands give up. I'll be holding something and my hands will just give up and I'll drop shit. And I'm like, well, and that's why in restaurants, I don't handle people's dishes and stuff. I always ask my partner to help me pour the drink. Like when I try, I drop stuff. So, okay, dyspraxia, who knows what it is. So I was dating this guy once and again, 20 something Brittany just didn't know to leave. She didn't understand the context of like, this wasn't going to get better. So one time we were doing dishes or something together and I broke a dish and he was so mad at me and he started yelling at me And he started taking the dishes and just like not slamming, breaking them, but like plastic dishes. And he would like throw a spoon, or he'd start like banging stuff because he was convinced I was like kind of doing it on purpose or something. And it's just like a disability, but I'm not doing it on purpose. And here I was like 20, how old was I in 2012, 2013, 24, 23? I don't know, early 20s. Okay. Maybe I was even young. I don't know. I can't do the math. And I just remember thinking like, oh yeah, I was 24, 23. So I'm sitting there and I couldn't process it. He was 12 years older. I thought he would know what was better. He was like 6'6", 6'4". He was really tall. And I just kept thinking like, this will get better. And I knew he was I knew he was a bad person. Okay. He was a shit dad, shit partner, shit friend. I knew, but I kept thinking, but the good times are so good. If we could have more good times, then maybe we'll be okay. And my friends hated him. My mother hated him. My dad hated, everybody in my life hated him. And I was still convinced like it will get better. And this is a part of me acknowledging that like, man, I really am so fucking strong and fierce and so fucking naive at the same time, right? You know? And it's like one of those things where, again, you don't know until you're in it and you kind of like figure it out. And then you realize like, okay, now I know why people get stuck in these loops, because it's so much harder than you think it is. But once you're healed, it becomes so much easier. But a lot of us don't know we're not healed. Like a lot of us don't know we're not healthy or better. Like we don't know that we're not healthy or better. So we get into these relationships thinking we are making good decisions, but we're not. Okay, so anyways, it was not a good relationship. It ended very messily, and that was it. Okay. So when we're having these conversations, I think I can relate to a lot of those levels of toxicity. And I would tell you right now, like now I would never put up with it. But I remember at the time why I would justify it. Same thing with these people. They need to break up and go to individual counseling, you know, because you can't make a relationship like that work, right? Okay, let's keep going. And by the way, I just want to point out a very humans gonna human thing. This chatter just came into the chat and said, I have no idea why I'm sub to you, but after 2 whole years, you still don't understand why Amber Heard was the victim and the Johnny Depp wife beating abuser. You're not worth following. This is just, they don't know. They don't understand the nuance of my channel. They come in and they hear me giving the nuance and the gray, even though I have said countless times that Amber Heard is a victim of domestic abuse, but they won't hear it because they don't understand the nuance. It's black and white for these people. And that's the whole world. The whole world is just so black and white. And I don't blame them. That's how they're taught to be. Either Johnny's a victim or he's innocent or he's a predator and he's never a victim. And it's like the same people that defend Johnny are defending Amber Heard. And both of you are just wrong. If you're going so fucking black and white on it, which is what my realization is coming into this now, where I'm like, okay, we're being too like one or the other. And that's not their problem. Like that's not their, let me rephrase. That's not their, I'm not surprised that's their reaction, because like I remember, I think it was Kidology actually, shout out to Z. I'm pretty sure Kidology made a video a couple years ago about Johnny Depp saying he's not our hero. And I remember saying, oh, I think Z's wrong like this. I watched the trial though. And Z was right. Z was calling out Johnny Depp, if I remember correctly. And I remember thinking, oh, Kidology's wrong about this. And no, Kidology was right. I was wrong. And so that's the thing about all of us, is we need to remember like, oh shit, like I was wrong. They were right. And she saw that, I think 2 years ago. Right. And so, and I remember on stream being like, Kidology's wrong. I was watching the trial. Anyways, it is what it is. Okay. It is what it is. Anyways, no hate to that chatter. I'm not even going to block them, because I have a feeling they'll watch my content again and realize like they were just not listening, and maybe they'll be listening one day. Okay, let's go back to the recordings.
I don't love you that much. No, I don't. I do not love you that much. To give up myself? No. I do not. I will not give up myself. And you want me to fucking be some kind of cursed goddamn parrot or a fucking weird frenzied dog? No, I won't be it. You know?
Frenzied dog? I'm trying to talk to
or your goddamn fucking lover, Tasia Fantasia. I'm not gonna be that shit, man.
Stop.
No, I don't want to be with you.
I really dislike both of their tonalities. Like, I don't like the way she's talking to him, and I really don't like the way he's talking to her. Like, at first, she sounded this, baby, stop, come. I'm like, I'm gonna kill my ears. Like, I do not like the way they're talking to each other. It's pissing me off, and I'm just listening to it. They must have very deep feelings about this right now. Like, Johnny kind of twitched a little bit there. This must be very hard to listen back for both of them, honestly. It's very uncomfortable.
These are the fucking rules. Fuck that.
Okay, Johnny also sounds like a 15-year-old who doesn't want to be told what to do, which is very part of his toxicity. So a part of Johnny's toxicity, I'm assuming, is rooted in like him not wanting to be told what to do. He's like, I'm going to party if I want. I'm going to do drugs if I want. I'm going to sleep with whoever I want. He sounds like just like a child, and she sounds like somebody who's maybe trying to be controlling. It feels like they're both trying to get control, but I'm not sure if they're trying to get control of each other because they don't have control of themselves. But that's kind of what I think a lot of toxic relationships are like. I think a lot of toxic relationships, including my own, was genuinely like both of us had so little control over ourselves in a big way that we tried to control the relationship or ourselves, but not like because we were malicious. I genuinely believe, and I really do mean this, I genuinely believe that a lot of people lack as much maliciousness as we think they have. On the lower spectrum of toxicity. On the lower spectrum of toxicity, I actually think people are just uneducated. I think people don't know better. I think people think this is what they should do. The way we romanticize violence in relationships, the way we openly didn't call out MGK for making a ring that hurt Megan Fox when she took it off, the way people interviewed MGK and thought that was so funny, not funny. It's not funny. It's like not healthy in any capacity. Oh, they had a baby together and they broke up. And I called that. And I remember when I called it and everybody was like, Brittany, you're being so negative. Just because they're twin flames doesn't mean they're going to break up. Even using the word twin flame, toxicity, bro. My Cathedral, welcome to memberships. Yes, chat says it's like they're trying to win the relationship. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm making this up. That, above all else, is an insult.
Mr. Depp, what are you and Ms. Heard discussing in this recording?
It is another argument that is apparently not an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on or some little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't gonna do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off. She still wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave.
And that's abusive. I think not letting your partner leave is toxicity, breeding on abuse depending on the circumstance, because there's a spectrum. I do think not letting people go is a problem. Now, a lot of people in very toxic dynamics want you to chase them. They want you to pin you down. They want you to shut the door. So you have to remember, and I do believe this, I've seen this with toxic couples. They're like, it's romantic though. He grabbed me and pressed me up against the wall and kissed me so I wouldn't leave. And I was like, girl, ma'am. Now, I'm really lucky that all of my adult relationships happened in my 20s. I was educated on consent in BDSM culture, so I use safe words in my relationships. I knew consent boundaries. I'm really lucky that for the most part, like it's just, you can't stop people from leaving. Okay, it's like really important you don't stop people from leaving. Now I understand if they're like intoxicated, you take the keys, you put, you don't let them drive away drunk or something, but that was never the kind of relationships I was in, right? Like that partner I mentioned, like that guy who's 12 years older than me, he was sober. Like he didn't even drink alcohol. He had never had alcohol in his life. The girl I dated before that, she was sober. Like, you know, the guy I dated after that, like, we had weed for the first time together. Like, we were not drinkers. We drank with friends, but like, we didn't have that level of like what Johnny Depp is dealing with. Like, he is a substance abuser. Like, I've never dated a substance abuser. I don't know what that's like, right? So we're dealing with like a lot of layers here. But it's interesting how he answered that question just now, you know, and I get it. He might have felt this way. He might have felt like she was controlling. He might have felt all of those things. I'm not saying he didn't feel them, but that's kind of the irony that somebody in his 50s couldn't just walk away, or somebody who cheated on his initial partner, the one he had been with, 2 kids with, that wasn't enough for him to make better decisions. Because remember, we're not just looking at this like a story of somebody in a toxic relationship. We're looking at this as a man who's had privilege and access to resources all of his life after childhood, because he's been in the movie since he was a kid, who has never utilized any of those things for sort of what I would assume would be a better life. And he cheated on his wife to be in this relationship with Amber Heard as she cheated on her partner. So it's not like we're starting off on a great, you know, not starting off great, people.
So it's just another example of
Like, I wonder if Johnny Depp felt this way about his ex-wife, who he referred to as a cunt, which I understand we get mad and sassy and gay, and sometimes we call people cunts. But also, when a man does it, after he's cheated on a woman, I tend to raise an eyebrow a little bit. So, like, I wonder if he would say the same thing. Oh, my ex-wife was controlling. She just wanted to control me. Does he say that about all of his intimate partners? Because that's what would be interesting, is if that's his narrative, that all of his partners want to control him. Is that the narrative of an addict who doesn't want to be told not to go off a bender for the weekend? And that's what I'm a little confused about.
kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming and screaming like a banshee, and then telling me to calm down when I had been pretty calm.
Did he toss his ring on the floor? Didn't he? Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, I don't know. She sounded really calm in the beginning, and it sounded like an escalated. But it's interesting that he's describing her screaming like a banshee. I don't think she reached that octave, but they were definitely like not calm together. I don't know if she was. I feel like they were both not calm, but they were calmer in the beginning. Like, it escalated, right? We saw an escalation.
I thought,
Where were you trying to go, if you can recall?
anywhere, away.
And why did you ask Miss Heard if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, you know, one of those where leaves you ringing, you know. And it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it?
Girl, okay, girl, with peace and love, girl, go meditate. You said just briefly sub back to say this. Girl, go back and meditate, girl. But the both sides, they're both toxic and no one is innocent argument is neither new nor valid, Brit. Problem with this lazy and fallacious position is, girl, please. Okay, now we're going to block you. You need to meditate, okay? Go meditate. Because with peace and love, as if humanity could ever be so black and white. Girl, and we wonder what the problem with humanity is, girl. Please go meditate. Blocked for your own safety, girl.
Would it make you happy to? Would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop?
Lots of women hit lots of men. I've seen it. Women feel entitled. Some women in some groups of gender, whatever's gender is a construct, but like hit men. I could see Amber Heard hitting the fuck out of Johnny Depp in the same way that I could see him hitting her, because they allowed it in their relationship. They allowed it as a valid way of expression, and yet falsely apologized and went in cycles. That's the problem. It's not equal. They're not equally anything. They are both expressing an allowance for what I would argue is abuse. Okay? And that's the dilemma we're facing in life. It's like no healthy people are in relationships with toxic people. If you're in a relationship with a toxic person, look at yourself, look at them, and get out as quickly as you can. Took me 5 years, but I promise you, you can get out, right? It took me a really long time to realize like I was toxic enough to stay, because that is what I believe about people. We stay in environments we think we belong to, even if we dream of getting out. And until we become people that would not tolerate that environment, we're a part of it. We're reviewing BoJack Horseman right now, and for members, and same thing with BoJack Horseman. As much as Diane or anybody else looks like they're better than everybody else, you're all still hanging out, aren't you? And like, it takes time to realize like, how are people? It takes time for you to realize like what kind of people you're hanging out with. Because like, again, I am fine with people being in recovery. I'm fine with people being on a journey. It personally takes me a long time to figure out if a person is, it can take me a long time to realize if a person is too toxic to be friends with. But I'm not like out here trying to be like, if you're even slightly toxic, you can't be my friend. Everybody has moments of toxicity, right? Like some of my family members are so toxic. Like I'm open with boundaries with people, right? But this level of toxicity, to be honest with you, like it's not very commonplace amongst my friends and family. Like I don't even know who I could refer to that has this level of toxicity in their life. Like that's what I'm saying. This bubble, what Amber says to him, the things she says to him, like I've seen toxicity, and I can name a couple people in my life who might be on the same level as Amber's toxicity, but it is not a norm for me personally. And that is a privilege. It is a privilege to grow up in a family that isn't, but there is still shit in everyone's family, right? So that's why we have to make sure that when we're observing this, we're acknowledging, like, think about your own family members. Think about your friends. Think about people in life that you know. Think about your coworkers. You just never know what's going on in people's homes. But like this has been so normalized in society that we're not thinking about preventative care, I believe, and why this happens in the first place. And remember, both of these people were traumatized as children. They have childhood abuse in their backgrounds. As many people do. I would argue most people have some level of trauma growing up because life is traumatic, right?
This. Would have done anything to have stopped. Outside of taking anything to some physical level. I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. But
he kicked her. And he doesn't remember it because he was so fucked up on drugs. But that doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Escalating to physical violence, being so fucked up on drugs, you don't remember what you did. Like, let's not forget that.
That's not me. It's not who I've ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
Maybe he doesn't identify with his intoxicated state, but some people do that where they're like, that's not the real me. I don't think it's the real you either. But the fake you hit somebody. So... okay. Chet says you said it didn't kick her, girl. Do you mean he? I mean, there was a witness, there were text messages, and Johnny says he doesn't remember and texted Amber an apology for the way that he treated her. I believe he kicked her. Like, there's no reason not to think he did. His assistant literally admitted it in text. Amber responded. It's been documented. The UK found him guilty of it. The UK found him guilty and said the evidence given in court showed he kicked her, he pulled her hair, he abused her. Just because America didn't find him guilty doesn't mean he won. America also didn't find O.J. Simpson guilty. So just a reminder, courts are not here to tell the truth. Be very cynical of court systems and yet understand that the evidence can be the evidence. Whether the court finds him guilty or not, the evidence is the evidence.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
Okay.
And first, I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
All right, any objection to 598C?
No, Your Honor.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
Okay. All right, 598C in evidence.
all
you know, and
kinds
it
of shit.
builds, right? Like you build, I build, you know. It isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now a bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right, but if...
at least that's how I see it.
Indeed.
You know?
But if things get heated,
Yeah.
and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins, and all that stuff, I've got to get away. Because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never.
Okay.
Me too.
Never. So
Me too.
that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it out.
I think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, take some time. It takes some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit whatevers. Let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward.
I don't
You can
want
call me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. Please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
I'm just.
Interesting. Okay, fair request. Like, I definitely think that's a really good request. I think she's pushing back, and I don't know why, and that's interesting. Were they too codependent? Oh, absolutely. Guys, codependency is absolutely what's happening in most of these like really toxic relationships to some extent, right? Absolutely. And it's really, really hard to break the cycle because, it's just really hard. But the begging, the back and forth, like he is making a good request. And I think like every relationship is different. Like I have a rule in my relationship as an example, like walking away is always valid and we don't argue about walking away. So if we're overstimulated, whether it's autism related or the conversation is like a little overwhelming, or sometimes, like I get overstimulated. It's like, Red, I need like 2 minutes to be alone. It's never about our partner though. That's the difference is like when we walk away, it's not about that person. It's about me. I'm not walking away because of them. I'm walking away because of me. And that's the difference between, I think, a healthy relationship and a toxic one. When you're in a toxic relationship, you need to walk away because they're the problem or driving you crazy. The difference for me between my healthy and my toxic relationship is like my toxic relationship was like I needed to get away from my partner because my partner was so bad. My healthy partnership, the one I married, I need to get away because my body is the one that I'm overwhelmed. Like sometimes I have sensory issues. This is going to sound so foreign to people that aren't autistic or have sensory issues, but this happened this morning. The what's this called? The oven fan was going and my partner was trying to talk to me and I was like, Yellow, I can't talk to you when the fan is on. Like I can't, the fan is driving me crazy because all I can hear is the fan. Like the fan is like drowning out all of my thoughts and my partner knows it's not him. It's the fan. And so like, I was like, I can't hear you. I can't listen to you. I can't process anything you're saying unless that fan goes away. And like, that might sound so silly to somebody who doesn't have sensory issues, but it's like my brain gets clogged with all of the noise. And in another relationship, maybe my partner would say, well, maybe you should get that autism under control and maybe you should like figure out your sensory issues. But instead my partner just goes, oh, okay, baby, turn off the fan when you're ready. But we also don't have to talk if it hurts you. And I said, no, it's fine. I just need to turn off the fan. Like I just need to turn off the fan. And like sometimes he'll be like, don't even worry about it. We'll talk. Let's wait 5 minutes. We'll talk again. The idea is like, instead of blaming your partner and be like, that's your borderline, that's your autism, hey, let's make the situation better. Let's realize what it is. But I think when you're in a toxic relationship, it's usually a combination of like something happening together in a lot of ways. Like I don't even know how to explain it unless you're in it, but I think those of you who have been in it know it's like when you have a toxic relationship with your parents. it's like, you know, all of the good they do, but sometimes, you know, there are certain subjects, like when you talk about it with them, it's just too much and it can get overwhelming. And then they're like, why are you so sensitive? It's like, let's not have this conversation. They're like, wow, I think anyone who's a mature adult would be able to have this conversation. But then when you try to have it with your parents, they're like, you can't talk to me that way. I'm an adult. And you're like, okay, are you going to be the mature person in the room or not? It's kind of like dealing with a person that's like, I'm not sensitive, I'm not a snowflake, but then God forbid you pronoun them differently and it's like the end of the universe has happened. You never know what's going to piss somebody off, but you never know what you're going to say or do. And so it's everyone's responsibility to check themselves. It's all of our responsibilities to check themselves. And that's really difficult to do, right? Like that's difficult to do when nobody has the self-awareness and that introspection to enact that. And again, you know, I appreciate all the people in my life who've done great work to try to be better. And that's amazing. But it doesn't mean that we still don't have to remember that like we're contributing to the toxicity or to the chaos or to the miscommunication, or, hey, sometimes you just don't have certain conversations with certain people because no one's willing to budge on the perspective. And that's life, right? So toxic relationships can look like friendships, romantic partners, parents, relatives, whatever. It's just about how you mitigate that harm and how you work together to be healthier and better. And unless you're both participating in it, it's not going to happen. Now, of course, you might have someone in the relationship that's like, I'm doing all the work and they're not doing anything. Maybe, but then that's your you need to leave. If you genuinely think you're doing all of the work and they're not doing anything, why would you stay? Why are you so toxic that you keep trying to fix a thing that's not going to get fixed? What part of your logic is logicking right now? So that's when we hold ourselves accountable and say like, okay, I've tried my best. I wish you the best. I'm ready to move on. Because now I know, like, okay, what is it? What's that quote attributed to Einstein or whoever, Lincoln, who knows? But, you know, doing the same thing and expecting a different result is insanity. Well, there you go.
Saying I won't do it again, that's all.
What's
Okay,
happening?
great. Then let's
Okay.
take our space and let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated and I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop.
Yeah, I think Amber's being really emotionally toxic and abusive right now. I think she's 100%. This is one of the few conversations I've heard where I'm like, okay, this is 100. Like, I'm putting Amber in responsibility for this. Because unless Johnny is saying this, and the problem with Johnny is he's not walking away. So, but then when he tries, she blocks the door. So this is where her abuse is coming in. This is abusive. You can't do this to people. Okay? Like, you can't do this to people, in my opinion. He's making a very reasonable request. A very good request. Let's take our time. Let's not keep having this conversation if we're going to keep fighting. You got to let people walk away. Now, I do understand a person's fear that if you walk away, you're not going to come back. That's also his prerogative. People are allowed to break up with you. They're allowed to leave. That's why I say like rejection is a consent issue. If Johnny wanted to leave her there and that now, like, okay, how do I say this? Unless you think your partner has lost their mind or has Alzheimer's, you are not allowed to chase your partner, in my opinion. Right? Like, that's the problem that I have with the world is like, if my partner came to me and said, I think I would like a divorce. First of all, that'd be quite shocking as we just had a lovely morning together. And that would be weird. I'd be like, oh, what happened? I'd be like, okay, how long have you been thinking about this? I just thought about it 5 seconds ago. Okay, we should go to a doctor. Versus I've been thinking about it for 6 months. It's been building and I've talked to my family and friends and I've gotten a lawyer and I think it's time. And I'd be like, oh shit. Okay, this is coming out of left corner for me, but let me process that and then we can talk about it because, you know, if you've been thinking about this, you've done all of the things of reaching out to people, talking to people, getting a lawyer. like, I need to take you very seriously in a very specific way. And I'm not here to fight for, like, I don't think fighting for my marriage looks like keeping my partner from divorcing me if that's what they want. Fighting for my marriage looks like immigration telling us we can't live together and me doing everything I can for us to live together, regardless of immigration. Like, fighting for my marriage doesn't look like fighting each other. It looks like fighting the world. Right? So that's the dilemma I see in a lot of toxic relationships as well, is like when somebody's ready to, I can't tell you how many times I went to go break up with my then partners, and it would be like, no, don't break up with me. Let's just try this. Let's try this. I'm like, okay. And I'm a breaker upper. Like, I don't mind breaking up with people. Like, I remember to this day, if I could go back in time and change something, I wouldn't, because God knows, never good to change the past. But if I couldn't go back in time, but if I was reliving it, I went through my life one time and I thought, what would a healthy person do in all these situations? And I remember there was one moment when my life had the opportunity to go in a completely different direction and I didn't take it. I went in a different direction. And I realized if I was healthy when that had happened, I never would have picked up that phone call. I never would have picked, because I was unhealthy and I was lonely and I was figuring out who I was. I picked up that phone call. I remember where I was. I remember I have the journal entry from the weekend. I was like, I picked up the phone. And it's like, it's so funny in hindsight. I'm like, wow, look at that, Brittany. I have a journal entry about it. I know exactly why I picked up that phone call. He sounded so sad. He was crying. He begged me for another chance. He made it sound so real, so safe, so real. And I just thought, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should give him another chance. And that was it. The next 5 years of my life were fucking crazy. But man, that was the phone call if I never picked it up again. But I did it. And so it is what it is. I chose a direction. And it was not a healthy person's It was not a healthy person's decision. Oh, it was not a healthy person's decision. Yeah, but then in 2019, that's when I made the healthy person decision. I blocked and I never responded. I never picked up the phone again. Not entertained a text message, a tweet, a YouTube video, a friend calling me on his behalf. Never entertained it. No one got through. You know, your life doesn't change until you do. And it took me a really fucking long time to change. Bro. So remember those things when you're watching these people. Because Johnny keeps saying to Amber, like, you haven't changed. Well, you neither, bitch. You neither, okay?
Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me leave.
Oh my God. Please, stop rushing me. Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me. Stop rushing me. Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me.
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my...
Yeah, great point. Chad says this kind of supports a psychologist's assessment of her. I agree with this. This is exactly what the psychologist was saying yesterday about Amber. Amber is exhibiting those behaviors. Like, she is not letting him leave, which makes no sense. Like, let him leave. Like, what's the problem? And like, she's expressing how she feels, which is valid. But she should say, this is what I would tell her to do. I would say in that moment, you can say, this is how I feel. It's going to be very hard to watch you leave, but I think it's responsible and respectable for you to leave because that makes sense based off consent values. But consent values have to be the forefront of your value system, which neither of them have, right? No, not the histrionic diagnosis. I think this is the borderline diagnosis, right? This is the abandonment, the fear of abandonment, because the issue is like, they're both cheaters, so they don't give a fuck about consent. If they cared about consent, they wouldn't have cheated on their fucking partners. So don't come to me about I care about consent, but you're a fucking cheater. Don't come to me, bro. So both of them don't care about consent. And that's the point, is like, to me, Amber and Johnny probably brought out the worst in each other because they're both consent violators, right? Like, they're both people who are willing to fuck anyone over to get what they want. And more than that, they probably enabled each other to be pretty horrible people, you know? So I think, like, again, your mental illness, your diagnosis doesn't make you a bad person, your values do. And if Amber and Johnny both grew up without values, then they're going to have a really hard time establishing boundaries. You know, for me, that's what I believe. Now, here's the dilemma. She might just be triggered in a sense, but because she has no control over her emotions, she doesn't intend the abuse. So you can, in my opinion, be unintentionally abusive or toxic to a partner if, when confronted with your problems, you don't make them better, which in my opinion, both Amber and Johnny did. So I don't know if Amber in this moment is intentionally doing this to Johnny, or if she's literally triggered and therefore she has no control over it. That's what trigger means, right? Like, it means you're now in a state of mind in which it's going to be very hard for you to pull yourself back from it without the proper steps. And I don't think she has any of those tools. So this is where, in my opinion, as a person who's been around, chat says, does intent matter? Of course it matters. It absolutely fucking matters. It has to matter. It has to matter. For any of humanity to learn, we have to know why we do things. What was our intention? And then if our intention was good, how do we actually give a good outcome? Because your intention has got to matter. It is what separates the psychopaths from everybody else. It's what separates serial killers who intend to murder because they enjoy it, and military soldiers who are told on command. It has to matter. It has to 100% matter. Intent includes entitlement to said body or self. Girls should love me. I'm rich and famous. That's a form of entitlement that adds to the intent. You might not have had the intent to rape her, but if your entitlement includes she owes me, then your intent is an entitlement on her body. So you don't have to have the thought, I'm going to rape her, for your intent to be her body is mine. Okay? Chat says, how do you prove intent? By actually facing your own prejudice and bias. And you can't. So you can and you can't. I can never know what's inside someone's mind, but I think you can get to know people enough to understand and understand their intent in situations without reading their mind. And partially, it includes creating a space where they can be honest. Lots of serial killers are happy to be honest with their interviewers. They love talking about their intent, and I trust those people to explain why they chose certain rape victims, like why they chose certain targets, because one, they have a safe space to do it, and two, they're kind of like bragging. And it's like, I do trust them. I trust a lot of people to be honest with their intent, because if you create the right environment, I do think people are honest. I just think you have to create that environment, and most of society doesn't. And I understand why, and it's because we're afraid to face ourselves. We're afraid to face humanity. But I don't think you can read minds. So you got to be very careful. And I think what's happening here is everyone keeps reading everybody's mind without the right education or background or understanding of people. Look, as a person who has a special interest in people, I get it wrong. We all get it wrong. Right? So like we have to accept that even though we can be right, we can be wrong. And how do we amend those wrongs? That's really the thing. So Amber, and this is why we're revisiting it, I don't think Amber is necessarily intending, or maybe even Johnny intends, but I think there are moments in which there is intention. But in this situation, it genuinely seems like they're trying, ironically enough. Johnny is trying to establish a boundary, but doesn't understand, like, his boundary is his ability to walk away. Amber is trying to establish where she is, but she doesn't know how to do it in a healthy manner. See how none of them have the tools? Neither of them are actually using any healthy tools. If I was Johnny, I would say, Amber, I love you, which he kind of did. I would say, Brittany would say, I'm open with boundaries. I wish you the best. I'm going to walk away from this situation. I'll talk to you soon. The problem is that every time Johnny tries to leave, Amber throws a tantrum. So Amber throwing a tantrum isn't allowing Johnny to leave, but Johnny still is a grown man, way stronger than her, who could walk away and never come back to this relationship. But why does he come back? Why does Johnny Depp cheat on his wife of multiple decades, his 2 kids, the mother of his 2 kids, get with a woman 20 years younger than him, in his nearly 50s while she's in her 20s, who's already in a relationship of her own? Why did Johnny make all of these decisions? And why is Amber taking all the responsibility when Johnny is being seen as a total victim? Because right now, with peace and love, both of them have childhood trauma, both of them have diagnoses, both of them have problems, and only one of them is being seen as the complete villain. And we got to understand why that's happening. It's called misogyny. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, tomorrow, Chat says, is Brittany gonna watch Medusan's videos? Yes. So tomorrow we're gonna watch those 2 videos. That's what we're watching tomorrow. That's tomorrow's stream. Today we're doing court stuff, and tomorrow we're gonna watch Medusan's videos, which there's a lot. There's like 2 videos, and it's very long, but we're gonna watch those tomorrow. Okay, let's go back to the video.
Space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours.
And remember, if you guys haven't watched the footage all together, remember Johnny's being very reasonable here. But what about all the other times he was very unreasonable and physically violent? So just because we're seeing him in a good light now, just because earlier we saw Amber in a good light, doesn't mean anything. Remember, we're not trying to decide who's the good guy or bad guy. We both decided they suck. What we're trying to dispel is the idea that Johnny is innocent, because he's not. And the idea that Amber is the only villain in the story, which she's not. Okay?
Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know, I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please stop doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop.
Yeah, I think this is like medical trauma. Like she's having a medical trigger, right? Like she is probably triggered because she doesn't sound like herself either. It sounds a little like she's regressing. So I would say, like, if I was listening to this recording, I would say she is regressing and she is traumatized. And I would say that she needs to see a professional. She's probably not healthy enough to be in a relationship or ready to be in one, or a healthy partner in one. And I would say that about Johnny even today. Like I would say, don't date Johnny Depp. He's obviously very unhealthy. But this is what I think a trigger might sound like, right? Yeah. No, chat, you're wrong. She is toxic and he's the one being put through circumstances with that turn people toxic or unreasonable. Makes sense? No, they're both doing that to each other. I guarantee you they are both making each other incredibly toxic. Like, it is so fucking ignorant to think that Johnny Depp isn't also, well, actually, I take it back. I also had that stance until I started rewatching the trial. You must be new. Go watch my 2 first parts. Johnny Depp is 100% an abuser. There is no excuse we can make for Johnny. He isn't a fucking abuser. And he would drive me crazy, anyone crazy in a relationship. Okay? I'm sorry. No. Right? Amber, same thing. This is why you don't date unhealthy people unless those people have very good value systems and they're doing what they can to get better. Because these are very specific kinds of people too, guys. This isn't a majority of people. Even borderlines, a majority of them aren't Amber Heard, right? They're not. Like, and that's the thing is like, no matter how we want to slice it, these two are the extreme versions of most of the problems all of us will face. Johnny's drug abuse is not most people's like relationship with drugs, right? If you think everyone who does drugs has Johnny's level of abuse with narcotics, then you're talking about every pot smoker, every cocaine user, like, you know what I mean? So we have to remember, like, they together are, in my opinion, are the extreme. And that's why we're watching them, because this isn't most of our lives. This isn't most borderline's experience with borderline. And this certainly isn't most people's relationship with narcotics or drugs or any, you know what, drinking. They are not most people. And so we have to remember that, like, we're not watching the average person. We're watching that person in the family that you're like, oh, okay, you're really going through it. Like, you're really having it. Okay. So just FYI. Remember, you and I, not these people.
I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, like a normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments.
See, so I would say to Amber, what do you think a normal argument is? What does that sound like? What does that mean? You know, and that's the thing is, like, most of us aren't raised with a therapy culture. Most of us aren't getting the help we need. Most of us don't even know. We think normal is abuse. We glorify it in movies. Like, we'll watch movies of like cheating people having this horrible affair. Like, look how many people thought 50 Shades of Grey was romantic. And for the record, I never bought into 50 Shades of Grey. What a shit series. But how many people were like, oh my God, I would love a Christian Grey. Christian Grey was abusive. Even in fantasy form, he was abusive. So like, the irony of this isn't lost on any of us, I think, when you realize, like, there are large hordes of the population that think it's romantic. And so I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, even in my own relationship, the relationships I was in, my partners also thought 50 Shades of Grey was abusive. Do you want to hear the irony of my toxic relationships? My partners and I would laugh at people that thought 50 Shades of Grey was good because we were like, these are so toxic and silly. I was with people that would say things like consent matters and cheating is horrible. And then, you know, again, talking is great, but action is better. And remember that I was cheated on in one of those relationships where my partner always talked about consent and always talked about these things. And realistically, like, again, when we're having these conversations, we have to be very aware that actions are what matter here more than anything else. And that's the problem, is like, I know you're triggered. There's nothing wrong with being triggered. There's nothing immoral about being triggered. But when you're not triggered, you got to realize you got to mitigate those triggers and work on them. And I realize this, when you do a lot of emotional labor for your friends who are constantly triggered and taking it out on you, you will feel the end of that friendship coming. You are not obligated as a friend to put up with your friend's medical problems if they're not going to work on them. And it's not abandoning your friends, it's protecting yourself when your friend has already abandoned themselves. And that's the difference. Sometimes your friends abandon themselves and they will take you down with them. So with peace and love, open with boundaries. And that's the problem that I think I see in a lot of these conversations, is we're expecting there to be a black and white answer to a very sad reality about the human experience. It is so much more imperfect than we're willing to realize. It is so much more imperfect than we could even begin to process, which is why it's very complicated. All of our family relationships, our cousins, our relatives, people in our lives, we think we know the stories about our family history, and then you find out new lore every time you hang out with your big cousins. You're like, what? What happened? Who dated who? What? You never know. Okay? You never know. Chad says Amber had a kid in 2021. I believe, wouldn't it be considered dangerous situation for a child when she's not healed? Okay, that's 99% of parents. 99% of parents are not qualified to be parents because none of them have gone to therapy. So no, I don't think Amber automatically is dangerous for her child. I don't know that, you know, but like 99% of kids are born into families with unhealed parents, just for the record. Like, all of civilization is unhealed. Like, we're an unhealed species. So just FYI, that's why all of us need therapy, because our parents are fucking traumatized and none of them went to therapy. Half our parents have undiagnosed personality disorders, I guarantee you. All these people, all these YouTubers that grew up with parents who were never there for them, hello, and literally parentified them, and now they have to pay their parents' bills. Your parents traumatized you. Every time I see a streamer brag about needing to pay his parents' bills or her parents' bills, I'm like, congratulations, your parents traumatized you. The grown-ups in your life need their children to pay their bills for them. And this isn't the same thing as cultural expectation of giving back to your parents. Okay? So with peace and love, 99% of parents are not prepared to have children. And yet civilization moves forward, you know? Discord says, if I'm remembering correctly, the trial happened around the time that borderline hate was ramping up online. And I think that gave a lot of weight to the narrative that Amber is completely to blame. I agree with that. I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's probably true. All right.
Lisa, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me.
I think she believes that, by the way. I do think like she could feel that way. She could feel that way. And I think this is where I'd say, like, you need to call your therapist. You need to talk to a professional. And this is just a reminder that your partner is not your therapist. Your friends are not your therapist. Okay. Now, I will tell you, as a borderline person who internalized her thoughts, I never said this to people. I said this to myself. So you can ask my sister, you can ask my best friend. Anytime I was borderline triggered, I would call them and I would say, I'm in so much pain. The world feels like too much. I feel like I'm dying. I could feel this, but I never felt it at people. I felt it at myself. And that's the difference between why I don't relate to this borderline, but I relate to the energy, but not the targeting. Like, I would be like, I feel like it's too much. I can't handle it. And my friends would be like, you can do this, Brittany, breathe. And I'm like, I can't. The weight of the world is crushing me. And they're like, it's not crushing you. And they would say, like, I love you. You have to stay here. And I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to kill myself. I can't handle this. I need to go. This is so painful. And it was never at them. It was never like I would look at them and say, like, you're the reason the world is. No, I would say, I feel like the world is crushing me. And that's why I think I can understand the medical perspective, because I just didn't know why anything was happening. And it wasn't even my fault, right? This is from trauma as a child. It's not like it's my fault. So then when I went to therapy, my therapist explained to me why it was happening. And I was like, oh, okay, well, now that I know that it's happening, I can autistically input this data into my processor and change my behavior. And that's why I think, like, a part of my brain's like, now, when your therapist tells you what's going on, do you guys not just input the data into your processor and change overnight? Or is that just Brittany? And I'm not saying change overnight literally, but it did not take me long to completely change my whole life. It took me, I think, in the span of, like, from therapy to recovery, like a couple of years. But, like, I think I also have read thousands of books. I have a special interest in people. I grew up in a relatively grounded home, mid-traumatized home. So, like, when I went to therapy, she was like, here's the problem. I was like, okay, input data, change. And people around me were like, oh my God, Brittany, you've changed so much. Like, you're so different. What happened? I was like, therapy. And so I don't know if Amber and Johnny are going to therapy and inputting data into their processor or not, because it feels like you sure as fuck are not. It sounds like you sure as fuck are not. And then the question is, why not? Right? Let's see. Chet says that's exactly how it happened to me. Oh, like the processor stuff. Let's see. Or do you mean the borderline stuff? Let's see. Let's see. Once the why is answered, things really click. True. Let's see. Chet says, I don't think a lot of people realize they can change their behavior and don't want to do the work. That's probably true. Let's see. I do have some self-programming stuff. Kind of works sometimes. Okay. I felt so seen when you say input the data. It's kind of like a bubble pop. Totally. I think that's why, in some ways, I wonder if my autism saved me. Maybe my autism saved me because it's so good at processing data and, like, putting things in categories that maybe I recovered from my borderline because I'm autistic. You know, I wonder. Ooh, Chat says her reaction was so reminiscent of my friend who had BPD. Scary to be on the receiving end and not knowing what to do. Not that Depp was a terrible partner. True. Yeah. Chad says, I think that's why a lot of people go to therapy and still don't improve. True. Chad says, it's easy for me to accept new info. It's just a matter of gaining that info. Yeah, I'm fair, girl. The way I pick up tools, girl. That's what I mean. That's why it's a little frustrating when people on the internet are like, this is Brittany's borderline. Incorrect data input. That the data doesn't show that. And that's really annoying that you're blaming my borderline right now when we simply disagree on you being an abusive partner. But by all the data I have, you do equal abusive partner. Do you disagree? And it's like, I'm a little computer and I input all my information. And yeah, I really do feel like my life changed, quote, overnight, even though it was a couple of years. And I'm still growing and I'm still learning. I'm not perfect, right? That's the whole point of revisiting this. I'm definitely not perfect. Okay. So it's like, yeah, that tool, if I could give that tool to everybody, but then I just realized is the tool autism? Because I can't give that to you. I can't give you autism. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't give you autism, but I wish I could sometimes because I think it might help. That's why I get frustrated when people will be like, I'm triggered. I'm like, it's my this, that, this. And I'm like, okay, so change your framework equal data. That's why I get frustrated too when people try to imply that I'm not logical. I'm like, what's more logical than inputting data? Thank you. You're fired. Made it in the chat says autistic Brittany seriously makes so much sense. So much sense. It's so much sense, right? Chat says, wonder if me being likely autistic is also why I've been able to do so much, whether it's through self-awareness or feedback people have given me about unhealthy behaviors. That's another thing. I think this is probably true largely of my audience. I think we're very good at taking good criticism. I love it when I'm open to criticism, right? Like, look at me now. How many other streamers are going to go back and review Johnny Depp's case to see if they were correct about Johnny Depp? Tell me I'm not fucking okay with knowing I'm wrong. That's another thing. Everyone's like, Brittany doesn't want to admit she's wrong. What do you think this whole fucking week is? This whole week is Brittany is wrong. And that's the whole point, is like, I'm happy to admit I'm wrong when the data shows I'm wrong, but I'm not going to admit I'm wrong if I'm right by the data. This narrative that people give you, that's like, you're never willing to be wrong. Talk about projection. Because I'm literally, how many streamers are going to go back and review the Johnny Depp case? Do you know what I mean? Like, how many people are really going to realize like, oh, I think I was wrong? No, they're going to keep pushing forward, get their views up, get all those misogynists in their communities. They're going to continue to be like, yeah, Amber Heard's a cunt. And that's going to be that. Don't let people tell you you're not willing to be wrong when they have the wrong data. I think my audience and people like me, that's how we know we grow. People who are willing to admit they're wrong do grow. But also people that are strong and resilient don't get pushed over by bullies who want to convince them they're wrong just so the bully's right. Okay? Let's go back.
Me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you
Yeah, I
this
think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really.
Mr. Depp, in the beginning, well, first of all, do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Ms. Heard?
The only, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I'd called Sean and said to drive her home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser, so then she could drive back. He would drive her back to downtown Penthouse 3. She didn't seem in any shape to drive.
So,
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What does that mean in the context of that conversation?
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was it became
Objection,
part
Your
of
Honor.
it.
He said he doesn't know.
All right, I'll sustain objection. Next question.
okay, we're going to pause it there. It's about to end in 3 seconds. Here's what I'm going to do, because I think this is really, really important. I do think this is a great example of why mental health is so important and why it's so important to realize, like, hey, if I was Amber and I was re-listening to that video, I'd be like, shit, this is my responsibility. Like, I am being unfair. I'm being unreasonable. Even though I'm triggered, it's my responsibility to make sure that I'm mitigating those triggers that I would say to my partner. You know, and a healthy Amber would have said, you're right. Go ahead and take your time. Come back when you're ready. Thank you for expressing your feelings and limitations to me. All of these things. The dilemma is that when you have two unhealthy people together, it's much harder to have healthy conversations that feel trustworthy. The problem is like they don't trust each other. They don't respect each other. They're looking at each other like villains. And no matter how much work they did together, they would never have saved this relationship. So this is why I say, start off your relationships healthy and work from there. Your relationship should never be hard. The world should be hard. You know, like relationships are not hard. Marriage is not hard. Listen to me when I say this. Marriage is not hard. Life is hard. Illness is hard. Alzheimer's is hard. Lots of things are hard about life. Chronic health is hard. But marriage is not hard. When you have a supportive partner you trust, and a partner who say, baby, I love you. I think you're in your feelings right now in a way that's not reasonable. Can we talk about it? Baby, I think you're too in your logic brain right now. You need to let yourself feel. It is just as important for your partner to tell you to feel as it is for them to say, let's analyze this. That's why my partner and I use language, feelings language and analytical language. So if we're having a tough conversation about life, let's say about our health or going to the doctor, we'll say, let's observe this analytically instead of emotionally. So an example is, let's say you find out your partner is infertile or has an illness that's lifelong, or God forbid has cancer or something. You can say, baby, can we talk about this analytically? Because right now I can't allow myself to like succumb to my feelings and really feel it. Well, what do we want to do about the cancer? What do we want to do about this thing? What do we want to do about it? That's like your moment to be analytical and to focus. Then you can say, okay, are you ready to let it go? Be in your feelings, feel how you feel about it. And it's like, it fucking sucks that I have cancer and I'm dying and I'm upset and I'm angry at the world and I can't believe that I'm sick. And I know that it's like privileged to think that I wouldn't get cancer, but everybody else would. But I am feeling abandoned by the universe that I have cancer and I'm going to die. And we're only in our 40s and I'm leaving my kid and you and the dog and I don't know what to do. Like, that's two very reasonable conversations to have in the right context. But if you get cancer and you use that as a reason to now verbally abuse your partner, well, I have cancer. Well, I have cancer. I have cancer. That's not okay. I don't give a fuck if you have cancer, bitch. You can't use it as an excuse to abuse your partners. And lots of y'all get cancer and abuse your partners with cancer. So you know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't matter what's going on. You can't abuse your partners. Period. I don't care if they started it. I don't care what happened. What matters is what you do. Okay? And if you're in a relationship where your partner's so abusive that you have to abuse them back, sis, leave. And if you're not leaving, now I'm looking at you as a participant and I'm wondering why you're not leaving. And again, I say this as somebody who acknowledges she was toxic in her relationships. I was toxic in my own life. I was suicidal, self-harming. I might have showed up to work and paid the bills, but I was coming home every night and crying. I was picking fights. I was frustrated with myself. I was unhappy. It was a me problem and it was a him problem, but his problem was not my business because I'm not responsible for his issues. He is. Just like he wasn't responsible for mine, I was. So you better fix your fucking problems instead of taking it out on people. Okay. I need to pee. So we're going to take a break and we'll come back and we'll continue. I drank too much coffee before I started the stream. BRB. I'm back. There was something I wanted to say, but I forgot. Okay, I'm going to link this video in the chat so you guys can see if you want to what channel we're going off of. Here's this. Okay. That's the first part. Here's the second part. Why did I feel like I had something to say and then I forgot as I come in? What was I going to say? I don't remember. We'll just continue. Okay, this is same interview, different part of Johnny on the stand.
I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
Okay.
And first, I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
All right, any objection to 598C?
I think this is it.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54
Right? We didn't hear this yet, right?
seconds.
Let's see.
All right, 598C in evidence.
You know, and it builds, right? Like you build, I build, you know.
Oh.
It isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying,
Wait, did we already hear this? Wait.
or like sign the contract or say, okay, now I'll blow that. No. So acting as though there's a choice
Wait. Did we just listen to this? Wait. Wait, I think we just... Is this a different...
between the two is relevant.
Could you, please?
Hold on.
I want you to just go.
Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Here it is.
Brought me to San Francisco.
Okay, hold on.
So we went to a hotel room, so we...
Okay,
I
hold
do
on.
want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
The recording is from July
We heard this, right?
2016. This was
This is the recording from the hotel, isn't it? Okay, hold on.
a few months after the restraining order had been
This is the cutting audio that we heard from the other video, I think.
put on me. I had been on tour through Europe, and then coming through the States, I got messages from Christian Carino, who was both of our former agent, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me in San Francisco because we had one of our last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to why Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially.
And that's that on again, off again, will they, won't they toxicity that is on a spectrum from like high school kids all the way to people in their 50s, where this woman has a restraining order out against you and you're even giving her the time of day. And I get it, right? Because you think, okay, well, maybe they're just having a human moment and you're going to talk to them. And then you realize, oh no, like you're crazy. There's something crazy about meeting up with your ex who made a public showing and a restraining order. Like that's on him. Like that's on him. And that's on her. But like what healthy person's like, oh yeah, the person I'm going to go see, the person who just publicly told everybody that like, that's what, do you remember that conversation I had with the streamer who was saying that they would choose the craziness over their wife? Because even if their wife told them it might be safe or unsafe to engage, they would rather choose the freedom of engaging. That's that ADHD compulsion that Johnny Depp has ADHD, that streamer has ADHD. And that's why they make this justification. I'd be willing to talk to crazies, they'd say, because of the freedom of the choice. I think that's what Johnny's obsessed with. He doesn't want to be told what to do. He doesn't want anyone in control of him. So he's willing to choose a toxic option over the safety of health because it's the FOMO. I'm telling you, they have major fucking FOMO mixed in with childhood trauma. Childhood trauma mixed in with that compulsion and a lack of self-awareness brings in, I think, the desire to be like, well, what does Amber have to say? I'm so confused. Why would Amber want to talk to me? Who cares? That's the answer. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? Who cares if Amber wants to talk to you? Don't talk to her. Don't talk to her. She's abusive. Don't talk to her. And Johnny's like, he can't help it. And then if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong on the timeline, but this is the same visit where he asks her to cut him, isn't it? The audio we heard the other day. Let's see if they played. That's the audio they're going to play. I think maybe, I don't know. I didn't pre-watch this video. But yesterday we watched a video where they met in a hotel room in July, in between tour. And that's the same time he said, cut me. I want you to cut me. After she filed a restraining order. That's crazy. Right?
Especially since I was under a court order not to come.
Oh, wow, Chad. That's a spicy question. Sorry, I've been in and out of your commentary. Not sure if you could get me up to speed. At what point did you turn against Johnny Depp? Chad, do you want to answer that? Guys, at what point did I turn against Johnny Depp? Could anybody answer that question for the chatter? Watch the fucking streams. I just put fucking crazy hours into it. And if you watch the same stream I did and you don't also see him as an abuser, you can look in the mirror.
Within, I don't know, 100, 200 feet or something of her. So at first I said...
Objection, Your Honor. The question was simply, do you remember when that was from? It's beyond scope.
Okay. So where were you when that recording was taken?
And by the way, I just want to make sure I'm not using ADHD as an excuse, but an explanation for the impulsivity. There are studies being done on ADHD people where some people who are ADHD have a lack of control over their impulsivity because they're dopamine chasing, and they will literally create fights with people because they're dopamine seeking. There's a group of ADHDers that it's a part of their ADHD schema. Not everybody has it. And I'm not a medical professional. I'm just telling you what I've observed is that that's why they make great debate bros, because they're dopamine seeking, right? Like, it's a great way to get that met. So they create fights with their partners. And remember, that ADHD streamer, he asked me, well, don't you think you're going to get bored of your relationship if it's so healthy? That was his question. And that is everything I need to know about a person. If they think I'm going to get bored in a healthy relationship because it's healthy. That's the point I am trying to make. Healthy people don't ask those questions. Toxic people do, though. Toxic people who fight with their partners, including on stream, to get that dopamine rush. I had no idea how deep the toxicity and the abuse went. But I should have been clued in the moment I was asked that question. But I didn't. And I just thought it was basic toxicity, didn't even know. But girl, come on now.
That was in San Francisco at a hotel room. So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that she wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
I'm going to speed Johnny up 1.5. He's kind of a slow talker. But I also want us to get the grasp of his tonality, right?
Not particularly well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her, and so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her lies that the world was now had been fed, and in no way was she ready to do that. And I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So
Objection,
I was
Your Honor. The question was, how did discussion go? And he's talking about his children. It's way beyond the scope.
just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
Okay. I think he's describing the context around that conversation.
It's way beyond the scope of the
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
In fact, I wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Ms. Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after. So I I had a knife in my pocket.
Girl, the way he's running circles around this audio. Cut me. Cut me. I want you to cut me. I want you to fucking cut me.
And I just took the knife out and I said, here, cut me. That's what you want to do. Ultimately,
Oh my God. What a fucking liar. What a Weasley fucking little liar, dude. We listened to audio yesterday. In the audio, they're literally like, he's like, cut me, cut me. She's like, no, I don't want to cut you. And she's like, you cut me first. And they're negotiating where to cut each other. They're literally fucking with us. They're a bunch of exhibitionists who are fucking with us. We are literally the victim of this whole trial. These two little horny bitches are abusing each other and getting off while the rest of us are just sitting here like, what are you doing? That was 100% flirty as fuck. Look at the way he's spinning it. Oh, girl. Oh, girl.
you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it.
Girl,
Have my
please.
blood. And then she said, no. And then I said, look, if you're not going to take it, you want it. I know you want it. That's all I've got left. Take it. If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it. Because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from, arrows from all over the world, but now I don't know what she was trying to do.
Bro.
So I just thought the only answer is here. Cut me. Take my blood. That's all.
Hold on. This is 13 minutes, 11 seconds in. Hold on.
Dwayne, you're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fuck.
Hold on.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready.
I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to ask you a couple.
Damn it. Okay, I wish I had exactly the snippet from yesterday's stream so we could replay it for us to remember. I don't remember where it was in my stream yesterday, but we listened to the audio. We did. Hold on. Because hold on. Maybe we should listen to it again. Let me see. Johnny Depp and Heard cutting audio. Hold on. Let's see if we can find it quick.
We gotta change how we do things, and I want to trust you, and I feel like all the trust is gone. All the fucking trust is gone in the relationship because you keep splitting.
I'm not going to be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Okay, hold on. Is this the audio? No, this is the punch me one. Oh my God. Oh man, where would I even begin to find that? It's in yesterday's stream. It sounds like a fucking BDSM scene, bro. It sounds like the most toxic cutting scene I've ever seen in my life where, oh yeah, maybe hotel audio. Just so we could listen to it again, because even though we listened to it yesterday, it was so obviously him retelling the story in court. What? Hotel audio? Let's see. Okay, yeah, let's see. Oh my God, the audio is so loud. Hold on. No, this has dramatic, raw, uncut scene. Damn it. I'm not getting it quickly here. I don't want to spend too much stream. Just oh.
Admit what you said. Admit what you said.
A new Amber Heard broke restraining order in 2016 went to Johnny Depp's hotel. Hold on. Let's look at this.
You've done more illegal drugs in this room that should be way, 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 way more concerning to you if you're Mr. Law all of a sudden. Are you getting the bag of cocaine you just took into the back?
This is how you wanted to end.
Oh my God, the music is gonna get me copyrighted. They're so annoying right now. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I can't find the exact audio, but he literally, you can go back and watch my stream from yesterday. It is the way he's retelling this story is crazy to me. Okay, let's go.
I've got left to give you.
Oh my God.
Obviously, there was no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. It was about...
No, neither of them were threatening. Both of them were trying to get off. That's the irony. They were flirting. It sounded like the most flirtatious tape I've ever seen in my life. He's like, I'm not trying to threaten her. No, girl, you were trying to get her off.
Spilling my blood, because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have.
Oh my God.
And I was broken and really just at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. It's, I thought it, I mean, everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite a cruel...
Objection, Your Honor. We're well beyond the scope.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes 43 seconds through 21 minutes 46 seconds.
357, is that correct?
357,
Oh,
yes.
is this it? Maybe
All right,
this is
so
it.
is this going to be another one where it's going to be an A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, can you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record?
See what this
What are you
is.
going to play?
It is 357, beginning at 18 minutes 43 seconds through 21 minutes 46 seconds.
All right, any objection to 357A?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357A in evidence.
It's been going on too long, Albert. Maybe we just gotta stop this. Just gotta stop it.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
We write a letter together
That makes
saying that we're gonna take this out of the public eye. Saying that we're gonna try and work this out on our own. Saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening, that we love each other, and that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
no, it matters. It makes. You have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber, the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah. We got to deal with that,
I don't have
Amber.
any way of my credit is my credibility. You know what?
Both of them are just so concerned, and I get it. It's very human to care about their reputation. Look, in a world where people are paranoid about getting canceled every day, even though it doesn't even work that way. Look at Johnny. Like, you can't even cancel people for real. It's just a temporary roadblock in your networking cycles because people don't want to be associated with you. But eventually, it works out fine. But look at the way they're act. Like, that's what honestly most of us are worried about. 99% of people are just concerned about their reputation, which is why I say then have a good one. But also, it's hard to have a good one in a world where, you know, everything gets twisted and everything. But that's why I say you have to rely on yourself. So when the world is against you, you know whether or not you did something. You know, and that's the point. But both of these people, they know they fucked up. I think both of them know they fucked up, and they're both trying to clear up their name in public and eventually couldn't work together and went against each other instead. That's what I think happened. I think both of them know, and they're trying to like figure out if we're going to do this together or against each other. And here we are.
And why did you put that out there?
I did not. You forced me. Your team forced me to by going on the offense.
I didn't force you to.
From the very beginning. I promise. Look up the timeline to these things. Everything is. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. But I did not.
Chad says kind of a sad life, honestly. Bro, do not envy the rich. Do not envy the famous. Do not envy these fucking people. Look, my mom told me my whole life, and I didn't believe her until I started hanging out with some people, and I was like, oh shit, you guys are all fucking toxic. You suck. And even how hard do I have to learn this lesson every time I try to be friends with people? That's why I'm just like, I'm done. Like, I'm just like, okay, I'm going to be very open to good people who seem to have very good values and strong values. But like, do not be envious of those whose lives you think are better just because they have money or fame. Because I tell you now, you would not be able to do what it would take to get famous, and you don't want to. You don't want to be these people. Just think about their lives. Hell, consider it when we watch Frenemies next week with Trisha and Ethan. I don't want to be Ethan. I don't want to be Trisha. Think about what both of those people have to do to be in the news constantly. One has to be a Zionist, and one has to be so toxic she tells everybody she's a chicken nugget. Like, okay? You do not want to be these people. You do not want to have to do what it takes to be famous. Okay? You don't want to do it. And by the way, for all those people who are like, well, what about Mother Teresa? Mother Teresa was doing bad things to people. Okay? In the name of God. You don't want to be Mother Teresa either. Damn.
I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I need them no statement.
IO called the
I did not
cops.
call the cops.
You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
When? While it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought for the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on.
Oh, okay.
I had a mineral can, a jar of mineral spirits thrown in my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell them.
Oh my God, this is the whole context. Ooh, guys, this is the whole context of that conversation. We don't ever get to hear the beginning part. This is the part we normally hear. This is the part that Johnny's team wanted us to hear, but we just heard the lead up to this. Oh, this is so much more context. This is so much more context. The way they painted Amber like she was a psycho and Johnny was just a victim, but Johnny's sitting here negotiating with her to say, let's put out a statement. Let's take this out of the public eye. Oh my God.
Oh, Johnny, tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's fair fight my ass.
Exactly, because you're.
Oh my God. That is a completely different context to the way that people have been talking about that conversation, where she says, tell them, Johnny, tell them. Oh my God. How toxic is that, bro? Both of their, but like just the way they're trying to manipulate. So now they're talking about fucking with us. Reminder that they are negotiating how to fuck with the public. And we're just sitting here like, poor Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp doesn't give a fuck about you. He is literally talking to Amber Heard about how to tell tell the public the story they want us to know. Wow, the way. That's what I'm saying. None of these people are your friends. All these people that are like pro Amber Heard, pro Johnny, none of these people care about you. They care about themselves. They want your money and their reputation to be good so you can pay them. They do not give a fuck about the public or the truth. Wow.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this recording with Ms. Heard?
Wow.
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
My best estimate is that it was quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016 do you think that conversation was?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Wait, is May when she put out the restraining order and July is when they met in the hotel? Did this happen after the restraining order or before the It's after the restraining order because he said, why did you tell that to the public? And she goes, I had to. You gave me no choice. Oh, the toxicity. The levels of toxicity, my bros. So Amber's coming out on the... Okay, chat says, who is saying they care about us? Everyone who's identifying with them. When you identify with Amber Heard, you're like, I'm a victim of abuse and so is Amber. She's my hero. I identify with Johnny. I'm a man and I've been hit by a woman. You're making them out to seem like they care about you and your play. Because Johnny goes, I'm a victim of domestic abuse. And then Amber goes, I'm a victim of domestic abuse. We're the victim of your bullshit. Like, they might have hit the fuck out of each other, but just a reminder, we're the victims of believing this story because the way that audio plays out is very different than the way the media made it sound. That's the issue. Is he's like, I'm willing to lose a finger if we work together. And she's like, but I had to do what I did. Keep in mind, like they're trying to make it work together. They're just trying to come out of this both looking good, and they couldn't come to an agreement on how to do that as a team, so they went against each other. That's what this seems to be about, bro.
Sorry, he said he doesn't remember when it was.
I'm asking for his best estimate.
Allow it if you can answer it this way.
Sorry, could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How long after May 21st, 2016 do you believe that conversation took place?
I would say that it was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So it was an attempt to try to make all the...
I think what must have been very frustrating is that Amber never took responsibility. So one, that's why nobody liked her. And two, that's why Johnny get fed up with her. I bet if Amber had played nice with him, even for her own self-interest, Amber never ate the cupcake. Oh, Amber never ate the cupcake. So Amber couldn't eat the cupcake Johnny offered her. Johnny said, hey, we'll make a statement together. We'll play the media together. We'll trick people together. And Amber's like, I don't know. She couldn't play with him. She couldn't play ball. Holy shit, she couldn't play ball. That's so fucking interesting. So he gave her a way out and she couldn't take it. So he's like, fine, bitch. And then they went at each other. That is no, oh, wow. I'm having so many bubble pops. Whoa.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What are you referring to when you said you and Miss Heard will write a letter together?
Yeah.
I was trying to make a peaceful settlement.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
A very large bottle of vodka severing my my middle finger in Australia.
And what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose and right there, the forehead.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you can have a seat next to your attorney, please.
Thank you.
All right. Your next witness.
Interesting. I mean, it sounds like they're both victims of domestic abuse. I think that's, for me, that feels pretty clear at this moment. Of course, I'm open to being wrong, as the whole point of this is to see where we're wrong. But by both accounts of evidence, I feel like it's been obvious that both have hit each other, both through their dialogue, their admittance, their text messages, their recordings. Like, it's pretty clear we're dealing with a very toxic relationship. And again, wow. Like, yeah, why didn't Amber strike a deal with him? I wonder if they both just have so much mistrust of each other, but I wonder if Amber has more mistrust because of her lack of years, honestly. I mean, Johnny has 20 years on her. So maybe she just doesn't have she doesn't know how to play the Hollywood game enough. Because he is friends with abusers. He's friends with so many toxic men. He used his misogynistic dog whistles. I just feel like these men know how to play the game better. And if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but when we watched that Armie Hammer interview with Piers Morgan, didn't Armie say Johnny Depp was one of the people who called him to support him? Wasn't that Johnny? I could be wrong. Does anyone remember? Because I swear that's something I was like, oh, that would make sense. Either way, he flocks with all of the toxic men. So it's not like I have any doubt, right? I don't have to. But also that's so fascinating to me because like both have bad reputations. I feel like she just didn't know how to play the game and she thought she could maybe win without him type thing. I don't know. Wow. Chet says, I really do wonder how this would have played out if she had taken accountability for her abuse and toxic behavior in court. I feel like that really made her unsympathetic. Yeah, I wonder because Johnny was really good at doing it. Johnny's like, yeah, man. Yeah, I really grew up. He would say things so then we'd feel it's like when you're in an argument with somebody and it's like when you're in an argument with somebody, you just want them to say the thing you want to hear and then everything else is fine. Amber never says a thing people want to hear, even a little bit. So it makes them feel like she doesn't care about them, which could be true. She probably doesn't. Right? Man. Ooh, man. Wow. That was so interesting. Wow. Yeah. Okay. At this point, I feel like we're having so much clarity. Now, the second part of the stream, what I want to focus on was those psychiatrist reviews, since that was requested. You guys asked me to review those. So let's review the first one and we'll get through as much as the second one as we feel like we want to. But the first one I want to get through is Amber Heard's team hired a guy to come on and nobody liked him. what was his name? Dr. David Spiegel. Nobody liked this guy. And apparently Amber's legal team was just so bad. And let's watch that, right? Chat says, are we going to watch Amber's direct testimony after this? Do you mean where she talks about her assault and stuff? I don't know what that means, guys. No legal terms in chat because I don't know what any of them mean. I'm not a legal I don't watch legal courts. I don't know what that means. What's Amber's direct testimony? What is that? Like, what does that mean? Right? Like, I don't know what any of these words mean. I'm just a person. I'm just a YouTuber. So I don't know what that means. But if you mean like her telling her story and stuff, we can go over those. I want to go over those, but I want to go over this one as well. If we move on to other things, we can. But I do want to watch Amber tell the story of her abuse moments. I want to see her cry. So I understand her telling us, not that I want to see her cry, but I want to see her in her emotions. I think will be interesting to see because I know she has a hard time expressing them. But this is Dr. David Spiegel, and let's talk about that. Let's talk about it.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met, but let me ask you. Let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on it. Right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had motion to them, right?
No. When Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right. I said the court did not require it. Right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was.
All right.
Okay, I also did not do this, but if we took Johnny Depp's team and pictured them next to Amber's team, Johnny Depp's team is just objectively more handsome. Amber's team looks old and frazzled and dusty. I said what I said. And Johnny Depp's team looks like they shower. And they look pretty. And pretty privilege wins every time. Every study that is shown, pretty privilege wins every fucking time. It is just every data point shows us that human beings literally think prettier people are more innocent, even though that's not true. And I'm telling you this right now, it changed people's opinions of what was happening. And this is why pretty privilege is so dangerous, because we literally think people that are disabled are less truthful and good people because of the way they were born, or if they've been in car accidents, or it's so scary. There's a video I want to watch with you guys about this, but there is absolutely like the horror of moving through the world in a less aesthetic pleasing way makes people feel like they are afraid of you. And it's so true. Chad says, I don't agree with this. You don't have to agree with it. It's data. Your opinion doesn't matter, with love and respect. It is literally a fact. Every study shows this to be true. Every outcome on court cases shows it to be true. You don't have to agree with the facts, but it is a fact that pretty privilege wins out every time. Period. And it's absolutely swayed, I think, people in this moment. That's why everybody sexualized Johnny Depp's lawyers. That's why they sexualized his chosen therapist. They were sexualized. And then Amber's was told they were ugly and gross. We can't even sexualize them. Misogyny will tell you what sways people. And men, misogynists, even women, they want to root for the people that think like that they think is pretty. And I think that speaks volumes. Okay, audio's weird. Let's see. Audio's off. Okay, here we go.
All right, so the last thing you talked about was the Goldwater rule.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah, and it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Just to clarify, you don't think this guy, because Chad says the fact I agree with, what I don't agree with is your conclusion that Amber's team is worse looking than the other. I think they're less capable. I mean, they're both. But look at this guy compared to the hot therapist. This guy looks like a mad scientist. His hair is disheveled. He talks with a stutter. He's less appealing. Like, you don't want to root for the less appealing guy. You have to sell a story in court. You have to sell a story. He looks like a mad scientist, bro. Well, their therapists look literally gorgeous. She looked like she barely even tried, but you know she tried. People love that shit. Like, I'm telling you right now, they were both better looking and more capable. And that's a winning team right there, baby.
Associated that I'm a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. Yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
Mm-hmm. And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say, about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I'll reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
So what they're arguing right now is apparently this man says Johnny Depp is like a narcissist, basically. And they're saying you can't say that as a professional because you didn't evaluate him. Right?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you were reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all the time for court proceedings. Because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical records with our doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
I'm not saying...
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Well, give me a second.
Okay, so now he's on stand and he's unpersonable, and then this whole thing is happening, and people hated this guy. The comment section's crazy. Like they're just like, this is exactly why Amber's crazy. Everyone around her's crazy, and it's just like, and that's why signaling and branding is so hard for neurodivergence. By the way, not to relate this different thought tangent. This is why being autistic or neurodivergent is so difficult, because people will read into your actions as something horrible when you don't have that intention, and they don't believe you because they have those intentions, because in a neurotypical world, that's what these things mean. This is why signaling and this is why people mask so hard, whether you're neurotypical or neurodivergent. This is why people fake it, because as much as society says they want authenticity, we don't. We want digestibility. We want things we can digest, understand, and put into a good category. We want things we can signal. This guy's so bad at all of that. He's like so bad at playing a game. He's coming out, chat says feisty. Yeah, he's feisty. He's coming out like, absolutely not. Like, he's not coming off personable, versus the therapist from yesterday. She was very sweet and loving, and she was like smiling, and she was getting the benefit of pretty privilege, and she was getting all of these things, right? And so again, and also she gets the benefit of being Johnny's representation versus he gets the not benefit of being Amber's, right?
I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles, because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member.
Discord says, I low-key feel like Amber's team didn't even try. I low-key agree. And not that it matters because they're both pieces of shit, but like, oh my God, her team didn't even try. But then you wonder, like, maybe she couldn't afford for a better team, and God knows Johnny could.
Of the APA, that doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that
He feels like that crazy uncle who's like, I'm a lawyer, I can defend you. How much? Give me $500 and your mom's dinner. Like, he feels like that uncle who kind of is like, he passed the bar, but maybe you don't want him being your lawyer, except he's a therapist.
the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a.
Hold on. For chat arguing about pretty privilege, listen to me when I say this. You don't have to argue about it. It's in the data. If you're skinny and you overeat, that's hot. If you're fat and you don't even overeat, it's ugly. We are literally so biased and prejudiced with the way that we come to conclusions about people that we never take into consideration their lived experience or the fact that a very skinny person can be just as unhealthy in different ways. We literally go off visible things. You look unkempt, we're going to judge you. You have disfigurement, we're going to judge you. Like, you have lighter skin, we're going to judge you. I mean, colorism is a thing for a reason. Curly hair, unkempt. Straight hair, kempt. Like, at the end of the day, pretty privilege plays in the nuances of the observation. You can talk about kinds of pretty privilege, general pretty privilege. It could change on culture. And yet there is an underlining universal experience in which whatever the standard of X is in X culture, that's the one that gets accepted. Example, alternative people are also put on a hierarchy. You can have 10 people all tatted from head to toe. The prettiest tattooed people will get the most amount of empathy and sympathy. Period. Okay? It's not being the tattooed thing. The tattoo thing is one, if you have a group of 10 people, 5 tattooed, 5 untattooed, then you might get the people who are not tattooed. You know, maybe they'll get more. But if the people who are not tattooed are also physically ugly, according to society, they're going to get thrown under the bus more than the prettiest person tattooed, because it's all going to be dependent on how they're perceived, how the culture perceives them as a whole in comparison to others. That's why I say if you give me a group of 10 people, I can rate them hottest to ugliest, not because they are ugliest, but because next to this person, I can just say, you're not as pretty, next, because it's easy. So what we do is we see a person and we go, oh, okay, this person next to this person looks more crazy next to this person, therefore this person is crazier. And then you add in misogyny and bias and race and all of the things combined. Like, I have a brother, I tell all the time, you're so lucky you're attractive because you get away with bullshit other people wouldn't get away with. He goes, that's not true. That's not true. It is so fucking true. I've never seen pretty privilege work more in my life than my little brother, who gets away with everything he does because people just think he's handsome. You know, he could really use that power for villainy. We're lucky that he doesn't, but he could. If my brother was a villain, oh, he'd be, because people just give him, because he's very tall and very handsome. Even in high school, he was treated better than all the other siblings by teachers because he was handsome. Okay? He's like, that's not true. That's not true. It's true, bitch. Look at the data, bitch.
The requirement of the APA is not the requirement of the APA. Second,
I'm sorry, I'll give you another example. He's also virginal because he's religious, and it's seen as a plus. Like, girls are like, oh my God, I love that he's like a virgin because like he's so hot. He could have anybody, but he's like saving himself for Christ. My maybe less conventionally attractive siblings that are doing the same thing, they're like, well, obviously you're a virgin because like we get it. And I'm like, oh, and I'm like, his virginity is attractive. And I'm like, I'm gonna die. That is pretty privilege. Pretty privilege is being a man in your 20s who's a hot virgin because he could get pussy. I'm dead.
Secondarily,
So the answer is no?
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because of an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical for engaging in.
This guy is he's like a Tumblr leftist who's like, I'm actually no ethical consumption under capitalism. I'm like, bitch. Answer the question. He's literally arguing ethics, and that's why everyone was annoyed with him. They're like, just answer the fucking question. I can't believe the judge isn't telling him, like, just answer the question. This is a Wendy's, sir.
In an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I'm saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness, and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the.
This is if Jordan Peterson took the stand. Well, what do you mean by the standard? What do you mean? What do you mean? Ethan! I'm just kidding. I just imagine Jordan Peterson calling Ethan's name in the middle of the night all the time. I think he wakes up in the middle of the night. He's like, Ethan Klein, I can't. This guy is literally like, he's so frustrating. Amber never had a chance, bro. Not that she deserved one, but she never had a chance. Never had a chance.
The Goldwater.
Oh my
and we
God.
know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
presidents, yes.
And the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist.
Oh, and now they're laughing together. And isn't this guy so silly? And then everyone's like, yeah, he's so silly. Like, that's all of it. All the energy in the room. All the energy in the room is look how silly this guy is.
To offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents. It's not public figures. It's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, at my intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer.
Chad says that it looks like they have some personal beef we're not aware of. They're actually brothers, and they're actually fighting because one of them took the last slice of lasagna at their mom's get-together. They're actually brothers. That's what we're watching right now.
Your question, again, unless you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you were saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that applies.
All he had to say is, that is not correct. Oh, so it's not correct? No, that is not correct. That's all he had to say. But instead, he's ranting like a fucking debate bro. Just say, actually, that's not correct. And he would have been like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, then the lawyer, it's on the lawyer now to understand the process. And he goes, I'm sorry, like, you're not correct. All he had to do was, instead of coming off smug, come off like, that's the thing. He's not coming off like a person who knows what they're talking about. Even if he is, he's not coming off that way. You have to come off that way.
Applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about
Jesus,
what you just testified to, because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted?
Exactly. Chad says he's trying to predict the lawyer's 4D move and trick in his questions. Absolutely. And this is actually, I think, Now, this is probably one of my problems as well, is I do this in conversations too, where I'm like, I already know what you're going to say, so I'm going to get it over with. But then I don't explain to people why I know that's what they're going to say. And then it looks like I'm just like talking about something that doesn't make sense. This is a debate skill I do not have yet, but I will learn to have, where I can explain to people why you're wrong. But I already know why you said that you're wrong. And I'm like, I'm learning how to do it because it can be hard for people because then they feel like you're dismissing them. But I already thought about it. Thank you. I already thought about it. You're wrong. And they're like, no, you didn't. And I was like, well, my brain works really fast. I already know how this conversation is going to go. No. And like, it feels dismissive, but he needs to understand that it is what it is.
Acted unethically. Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes or
that's
no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking examination and where applicable collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I'm sorry. Is this Amber's lawyer or Johnny's lawyer? Why does this look like Amber's lawyer? This isn't Amber's lawyer, right? Because this is not helping. This is Johnny's lawyer, right? Because I don't recognize this guy as Johnny's lawyer, but I don't know his face, but I know because those are two of Johnny's lawyers. We know those two. Wait, whose lawyer is this? This has got to be Johnny's, right?
I believe I said that earlier.
My bad.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the method,
Okay, it's Johnny's.
from the methods of
Okay.
the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice. Correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that.
He's so sassy. If you want to be a bitch about it, it's actually not in the DSM. Like, he is a diva. He's a diva. And he's going to lose the case because he's a diva.
Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis.
Oh.
Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you
you've
just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage, nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically on the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. So thank you. I'll go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying back how they're interpreted.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
Doctor, you're going to have to just answer.
Oh my God. Finally, the judge is saying something, but oh my God, bro. Wait, chat, you think he's nervous? I'm not getting nervous vibes from him. I'm getting debate bro vibes from him. Like he's, I'm actually.
Answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions.
Okay.
Doctor.
No, literally, if Sheldon Cooper was a psychiatrist, that's literally it. He's like, actually, no. And I'm like, okay. Which maybe like autistically is so skilled. He could know exactly what he's talking about, but the signaling he's giving, and then he's allowing Johnny to laugh. That's the issue. Johnny's laughing. Now everyone's mocking. Now the audience, we are going, yeah, this guy's crazy. Look, Johnny's laughing. He's not even afraid of this guy. It's so silly. It's so silly. And then once you're seen as like a silly person, everything you say after that is silly. And when you're seen as a serious person, everything you say is important. And this is why branding is so interesting. This is why men get often the benefit of the doubt, because if they brand themselves in a consistent way for a long time, or if women do this, if any gender, they get seen like Richard Dawkins painted himself as the scientist, the serious person. So when he made that statement towards, any of the women that he's made statements towards, he's very serious. It's even Jordan Peterson, he's serious. So even when he loses it, he's serious. And that's the dilemma, is like the branding is everything. When you get the right branding, then people give you the benefit of the doubt constantly, which, by the way, can I say this? I'm going to say it anyways. This is exactly why you stay in an abusive relationship, because the branding that got you in the relationship is still what you're going off of. I got into relationships with people that were liberal, sober, introspective, thoughtful, open-minded, curious. And that was the branding I got. It wasn't true when I got to know those people, but I was like, oh, I'm confused. I think. Like, I thought this was the branding. The branding stays with you and you're convinced yourself, but this is what I was told. This is what I was given. And until you realize, like, you got duped, bamboozled, scammed, you're not going to believe it, because that was what I thought I was buying, but I did not buy that. You know, it's like when you buy a car and you're like, I was told they had like 5,000 miles, but it was actually a lot more, and somebody messed with the speedometer. And like, that's what you think you're getting. That's why that TikTok trend is so funny. Like what my husband thought he was getting and what he actually got. You guys know that trend on TikTok? She's like glammed up and beautiful, and then what he actually got was a girl in a hoodie. You know what I'm saying? This is why, you know, I love to go on a date in a hoodie. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, this is me 24. This is me almost all the time. So anyways, you know who he reminds me of a bit? He gives a little bit of Back to the Future vibes. A little bit. You know, Back to the Future. You know what I'm saying?
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Oh.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances? I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Oh. Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you...
He's okay. I mean, that's true. That he's being very accurate. He's being very autistically accurate. Right? And that's really annoying for people. I would know. I like to be autistically accurate, and it pisses people off. It pisses people off. They're like, what does that matter, Brittany? I'm like, well, you're not okay. I'll let this go. And I have to let it go in conversations, even though I know it's not accurate. Because I'm like, well, actually, and like, it looks like you're trying to like tell people they're wrong, but you're just trying to make sure that when you answer the question, it's accurate. But most people don't care about accuracy. That's what's fascinating. Chad says, is addiction not a diagnosis? No, that's not what he said. He's saying there's a difference between using drugs and having a diagnosis. He's saying there is a difference between, like, he is saying, well, because the guy said, well, Johnny Depp already admitted to doing drugs. He goes, okay, admitting to doing drugs isn't a diagnosis. And that's what he's saying, because like the implication is Johnny's already admitted to doing drugs. Okay, but doing drugs is not a diagnosis. You could do drugs and not have a diagnosis, you know?
You just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
And that's it too. When people say like, you're a narcissist, yeah, but that doesn't mean you're NPD. Everybody has narcissistic tendencies. Everybody has a narcissism and ego. So like when people say, this is like when people go like, oh, that's so BPD of you. Actually, that's not BPD of you, because BPD doesn't exhibit that way. Or, oh my God, I'm so OCD. I love my room organized. Okay, that's not literally OCD, but sure. And like, that's the problem, is like people think they understand, but you don't understand. I mean, we as people who are diagnosed barely can understand. Like we get to understand, we study to understand, but like it's so much more than people think it is. But yeah, I'm this person in conversation where I'm like, actually, that's not how DID works. And they're like, what? And I'm like, that's not how it works. It's actually like this. Like, that's why I'm saying I could never be a Trisha Paytas, because I could never get on a video and with my whole chest say like, I have DID. Because I know what DID is enough to know I don't have it. And even though I have borderline, I don't even make videos all about borderline. Guys, I could have been the borderline YouTuber. I could have changed my whole brand and only made videos about borderline. Hi guys, welcome to today's video. I could do that with autism. Hey guys, welcome to today's video. Let's talk about autism, only autism, everything autism. But that's not the kind of person that I am. But that's the kind of, do you know what I'm saying? So these things like, you know what? I get what he's doing, but I don't think he knows he's fucking up as well, because the social game doesn't want him to play it like this. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's frustrating for people. And that's why I think he's bad at his job right now. Even though he's might be good at his job, he's not helping people understand any better, which is what I've been criticized by my partner. I've been criticized by my friends who watch my stuff. The worst thing I do is not explain to people that I know and I can see where they're coming from. I just go, no. I already know. And my partner's like, I know you know, but they don't know you know. So they don't believe you. And I'm like, yeah, but you know I know because I know the data. And he's like, yes, but they don't know you know the data. And I'm like, oh. And like, that's the social thing that is my thing that I'm working on. He doesn't have it though. And he's up here, and it really did make or break. It could have made the break or case. It could have made it or break it for Amber, which is interesting. Not that Amber is like innocent, but Amber didn't get the fair shot that Johnny got, because Johnny got too much of the benefit of the doubt and Amber got none of it. And her witnesses contributed to her continuing to get none of it.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis, probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, when you say provisional diagnosis,
Let's watch that again.
Provisional diagnosis, probably narcissistic, say he has traits which are characteristic. I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis, probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
well, when you say provisional diagnosis,
Interesting time to smirk. Interesting time to look smug. Interesting.
you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors. And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified.
Oh, actually, chat, great point. We get misunderstood and misunderstood all the time that we love accuracy, which is the autism. This is something I learned about my own brain, because I'd be like, well, if I'm more accurate and I over-explain, then people will know. But that's the part that gets people upset, because they don't do that. Because everyone else is running on the benefit of the doubt because they socialize similarly. But because autistic people are actually like, this is a generalization. If you're this category of autistic, you might be like extra accurate and specific. And so it comes off as combative, which is why, like, when we ask why, people are like, why are you arguing with me? I'm like, well, I just don't know why I'm doing it. It's like, because we have to do it this way. I know, but why are we doing it this way? So I know why we're doing it this way. Like, this is a thing I've had my whole life where I'm like, I'm not asking you why to be combative. I'm asking you why so I know what I'm doing. Because if I don't know what I'm doing, my brain isn't going to process it. But once I know why, oh my God, I'm a genius. That's why my own existential dread was over like my why. That's why every philosopher talks about why, because a lot of philosophers are autistic and they want to know why we exist. While other humans are like, what do you mean? Why do you exist? You're here, bro. What do you mean? Why do you exist? What do you mean? And every like philosopher's like, why do I exist? You autistic bitches. It's so funny, you know? But then you don't know, like, because then you feels like a lie. Because sometimes when I go with social situations and I do the social norm thing, it feels dishonest and I feel like I'm lying to people. You'll catch me doing it on stream. I'll say things like, it was a Wednesday. Actually, shit, it was a Tuesday. Because I feel like someone's going to be like, Brittany said it was a Wednesday, but actually it was a Tuesday. She's a liar and a manipulative bitch. And I'm like, oh, because like sometimes the other autistic people on the internet who hate me actually do fall into that trap where they can't listen to me and not be like, oh, she wasn't accurate. She wasn't accurate. She's lying. She's lying. And I'm like, And then I get trapped in thinking I must be super accurate because everybody else wants to be accurate, but it's not. It's just the other autists. And so the autism in everyone's brain is fucking us over because we're not accepting that people aren't accurate when they tell stories. People, they just tell stories. But then it pisses some people off because it's like, are you lying? And it's like, some people are lying and some people just aren't accurate. And then some people are really accurate, and then it confuses everybody about how to understand when Brittany's being hyperbolic and not hyperbolic. When Brittany's being like fun and Brittany's being literal. That's why you have to learn tonality. It's why you have to learn facial expressions. It's why you have to learn people, because that's why sometimes I'll say things and people will take it literal. I'm like, don't take it literal. And then high sarcasm. But everybody needs it, even neurotypicals, because they think everyone's brain works like them. But it doesn't. All of our brains work so differently, but that's why we get confused by people. So Johnny Depp right now, he's smirking when he mentions narcissism, and my brain's like, narcissistic. But is that his narcissism or is that his ego? But our ego is narcissism, but it's not NPD. And so that's why it brings into, all of these things bring into question everything, right? It's just interesting. Okay.
Identify certain factors
that are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Oh, what happened? Was it my YouTube? What's going on? Jesus? Oh, YouTube? Did my internet poop out? Is it me? What's happening? Am I here? Is it YouTube or is it me? It's not me, right? 16, it's still playing 16 minutes since I'm here.
Narcissistic personality disorder, but yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Okay, hold on.
When you say,
is it this whole section of the video? It says the most played is this section. Is it the most played because it wasn't working?
Violence literature.
Interesting. Okay.
Where narcissistic.
I'm going to have to skip ahead because I think this part just fucks up.
Others,
oh, it is. Look at.
For intimate partner violence, which include, cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and I would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B traits, I didn't say narcissistic per se, cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is, I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute. Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder.
Oh, I hate this stereotype.
Is a risk factor for IPV.
Okay, just to clarify though, if men are statistically mostly abusers, then is being a man a heightened likelihood of being an abuser? You know what I'm saying? You know that lesbian statistic everyone always gives about how lesbians have domestic violence amongst them? Do you know that study is misinterpreted all the time? That the statistic comes from the fact that a lot of those women left heterosexual relationships to be in lesbian ones, and therefore were documented as lesbians who had experienced domestic violence at the hands of male partners, but were considered lesbians. And so everyone assumed it was female partners. And I think like all of that stuff is interesting to my brain. At least that's my understanding. I could also be wrong because I thought lesbians did have high domestic abuse. And then I heard no, like the way people read that article was wrong. And I believe that more than likely, since we're so good at twisting information. And I wonder if people pull that same logic, like, oh, do you know suicide is really high amongst autistic people and trans people? So it must be because they're trans or autistic. And it's like, well, maybe it's because of the world they exist in. And same thing with everything else. Maybe men are inherently more abusive, but maybe the way they're raised allows them to get away with abuse because of situations like this. It's like, we need to be honest about that idea that like, oh, because you have this thing, you have a higher chance of being this thing. It's like, okay, but is it because of the thing or because of the tools you don't have or the way you were raised? It's like saying, oh, if you were abused as a kid and you have this illness, well, now you have a higher chance of this. But it's like, yeah, but anyone could have that because of the way you're raised. Every man has, like, this is the frustrating part with things like this. It's like we think the information means something that it does not mean. And so that's why I'm like, can we please be accurate about what it means and then move forward and how to prevent it? But everyone just, I've done this in my life. You've done this. We just take it and we write it into the worst possible conclusion. It's like, oh, global warming is like too big. Well, might as well not do anything about it. It's like, okay, well, or we could try to do something about it. You know, it's just like people, it's like all or nothing for everybody. All or nothing, all or nothing. And then the world has the audacity to call me black and white. Girl, you better.
Less so.
But it
Less so. Less so. I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so, yes. Yeah. Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurd? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurd?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony?
Well, I would argue that I wouldn't trust that diagnosis and I would get a second, third, and fourth opinion by somebody who works with Amber, knows Amber, because I think the next woman you guys wanted to watch was her actual therapist, and her actual therapist gave her PTSD as a diagnosis. I think that could be wrong, but I think that's what's next, because that's the dilemma, is like, I would not trust this random woman who interviewed me to give me that diagnosis. And even if she did, imagine the difference between having a person that's empathetic and having a person like somebody who is like, imagine Dr. Kirkonda being Amber's therapist. Like maybe he helps her, maybe he doesn't. Like, I'm not saying Amber is helpable. Amber has to make the decision to get help. But I think like that's, you know, there's that conversation to be had. Like I wouldn't trust Johnny Depp's hired expert to give me a diagnosis. I would go to other doctors, but I would also make sure to accept the diagnosis, you know, if it is what it is, and then get better. That's the thing, is like, is Amber going to get better though?
Was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders.
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question.
Which was, there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are, and by the way, I testified this before, which was that, 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely there are cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, well, why don't we move a little different? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations, under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you.
See, he's doing this thing where he keeps asking the next question to the guy, and it just comes off as combative. That's kind of interesting.
Do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with somebody you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
don't
read
great.
the rule.
We can move on. You don't know the rule.
Oh my God.
All right.
See, Johnny just sighed. This guy, Chad says he's thinking too fast. Yeah, he thinks too fast. And so it just looks bad. Okay. Do you guys want to move on to the doctor who I think this is Amber Heard's legal team called Dr. Dawn Hughes to the stand? Dr. Hughes testified on what Heard reported to her during her marriage with Johnny Depp. So, and she disagrees with the findings that Dr. Shannon Curry had. Do you want to move on? We get the idea with this guy. So this woman, from my understanding, I could be wrong, is actually Amber's doctor, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong there. And she has a different diagnosis than Curry, who is not Amber Heard's doctor.
Jury?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Boarding it. Okay, hold on. Okay, they're standing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This audio is
Dr.
crazy.
Hughes, did there come a time when you conducted a forensic psychological evaluation of Amber Heard? And please tell the jury what a forensic psychological evaluation is.
Could you turn it on at the bottom base?
Okay. A forensic psychological evaluation is an evaluation that is conducted for the courts to answer a particular legal question. It contains multiple parts. Ms. Heard is not a client of mine. She's never been in
she's not a client of hers.
therapy with me. She's not under my clinical care. It is an objective evaluation to determine a particular legal question.
Okay.
Forensic evaluation follows a methodology that what we say it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion. And the forensic psychological evaluation has many parts. It has a clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life, both before Mr. Depp and after. It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives, as well as to have indicators of how she approached the test. Is she defensive? Is she malingering? Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating? It gives me indications about how she approached the evaluation. I review a number of documents, medical records, psychological records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case, and then I conduct collateral interviews.
So, Dr. Hughes, just to be clear, do you assume everything the victim reports is true when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't mean that that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Okay.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
No, this is my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter, and I would be called to evaluate them.
When did you meet with Amber Heard?
Okay, so I met with Ms. Heard for a total of about 29 hours. I met with her for the first time in September 2019.
Whoa.
I saw her for 4 visits.
Oh my God. Wait, so that's like 10 hours more than Curry, right? Didn't Curry talk to her for 12 or 16 hours? That's a pretty good amount of time. I'm not going to lie. That's a long time. You could get to know somebody pretty well in that time.
In live in my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021. And
New approach? Okay.
Interesting. So it's quiet. It's quiet. They're talking. Okay.
Dr. Curry, in answering that question, were you consulting anything?
Dr. Hughes.
I'm so sorry. Dr. Hughes.
It's the hit. Why'd you hit your head? What are you, a cartoon character in Looney Tunes? Why did this grown woman just hit herself on the head? Where the fuck did Amber find these people? On Reddit? What the fuck? Is this like a Craigslist lawyer?
Were you consulting anything? Dr. Curry's here, I guess, as well. That's what confused myself.
I'm consulting my cheat sheet of the dates that I saw Ms. Heard so that I could accurately report to the court. I also have my final designation in front of me so that I could give the most accurate information to what I put in that report.
Okay. And do you want to see that? Okay. Should we just take the break now and have him look at it, or does he want to?
Would you like to look at it now or before cross?
It's just a Post-it.
Okay, before cross.
Okay.
All right, that's
Wow.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. Please continue. I think you were telling us when you saw Ms. Heard.
Sure. So there were 4 dates in person in New York City for a total of about 21 and a half hours. And then I saw her in January 18th, 2021 over Zoom for 3 hours, and then December 27th, 2021 for 4 hours over Zoom.
And what did the evaluation consist of?
So as I stated, the evaluation consisted of psychological testing, a semi-structured clinical interview with Ms. Heard, a review of a whole host of documents relative to this case and medical records and psychological records, and then 3 collateral interviews, 2 with her treating therapist, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also with her mom.
And in the semi-structured clinical interview, what were you assessing?
Well, when someone comes in for the evaluation, you sometimes don't know what you're going to see or what you're going to get. So you absolutely have to do a full clinical interview and have a sense of their life patterns, things that have affected them in their lives, where they have worked, where they have lived, just get a full sense of their sort of being before the incident for which they're talking about. Then I do a full intimate partner violence assessment, looking at all those characteristics that I talked to you about earlier to get a sense of the full structure of and the dynamic of this relationship. I also did looking at what were the effects, what were the psychological consequences of being in that relationship. And I also looked at the psychological consequences of some of the statements that were made by Mr. Depp through his attorney that are part of this, the counterclaim in this lawsuit.
At the end of that process, considering all the data, did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'd like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions were?
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
Wow. And what was the other main opinion that you had?
The second main opinion was that that Ms. Heard demonstrated very clear psychological and traumatic effects or the exacerbation of trauma from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we evaluated to see how they affected her emotionally and psychologically. And it was my determination that they did.
And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Heard with post-traumatic stress disorder.
And what, if any, etiology was associated with the post-traumatic stress disorder?
So the etiology is the cause.
So just a reminder then, when Amber was being accosted as somebody who felt like she had PTSD, but Curry was like, she does not. And all of us were like, did Amber just think she had PTSD? Like, this doctor diagnosed her with PTSD. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, interesting. See how expert people can disagree on a diagnosis? This is how fluid diagnoses are. That's the thing. That's the thing that is so... This is the thing that is so fascinating to me about, quote, professionals and why life is so fluid. That's why I'm trying to be open to answers, even if answers are, quote, wrong at first. Look, I don't care about being diagnosed with borderline, but you know what I feel apprehensive about is the possible harm I could have towards me because of the diagnosis. I don't mind the diagnosis. Like, my life doesn't change because of a diagnosis except for the better. But the problem is the stigma, right? Nobody cares about a diagnosis if no one's going to hurt you because of it. But people will target you and hurt you because of a diagnosis. And that's why it's so scary to get diagnosed for people. Because what if it's even wrong? What if my reputation is tarnished because of a label that got put on me that isn't accurate? And that's why I love accuracy. And I think that's why I'm so reliant on it to some extent, though, of course, you don't want to be crippled by that reliance. You want to be able to rely on the data. And I love that she mentioned data at the beginning of her speech, because data is good, data is driven, but not assuming things based off that data is so important. it's so funny the way we also process information and data and the way that it's hard for us to accept because we can't process it as true. And this is why I think, it's a testament to people's openness when I can see how they process information and accept information or not. And that's why I say pick your bubbles correctly, pick the people you trust correctly. Because even for me, even though I have best friends and people that I love, I don't trust all of them to accurately call me out because they're too wrapped up in their own prejudice and bias that I can't trust them to. Like, I have to go to certain people in my life that I trust for them to put aside their prejudice and bias in order to give me input on my life because I know them to be more objective. I know them to be people who are very thoughtful and logical about the way they give input, that even though it contradicts their own belief system, it might be true for mine. So they can do that very well. Not everybody in my life has that skill. Not everybody in your life has that skill. And that's why you have to pick and choose our trusted ones, accurately, because you don't want people who yes man you. And you certainly don't want people that push their agenda every time they give you advice, right? You want to seek out advice from people that aren't, they're just trying to give you what it is, the facts. And everybody thinks they're those people. Everyone's like, I just say it how it is. Yeah, but, I have opinions about people who say, I say it how it is. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Wait, Chad says, do you have to disclose you have a psychological disorder? To whom? I mean, in day to day, absolutely not, right? Like day to day, like no, it might be nice because sometimes when people go, I have borderline, I'm like, I am borderline, girlies. Or when someone's like, I'm autistic, I'm like, I'm autistic, girlies. It's like sometimes it's nice because you can get a nice support group going, or sometimes you end up with a borderline autistic that's not doing anything about their problems. Look, I've had just as many stories of autistic people as I have borderline people who are not doing the work, who think they're doing the work, but they're not. They're trauma dumping, yelling at you, getting triggered on you, and never, ever holding themselves accountable. So it doesn't matter your diagnosis. You're not holding yourself accountable. And I've had neurotypical people without a diagnosis, people without personality disorders do the same shit. It's person to person for Brittany. Person to person, And that's the thing. But it's nice to have it's nice when you meet healthy people with the diagnosis because then you guys can get together and have fun about it. You know what I mean? For me, though, it's really a person-to-person, girl.
In order to meet criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, you have to have an actual cause. It's one of the few diagnostic entities that we have to have a cause for. And the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. That was what was pushing the symptoms. That was what's related to the intrusive phenomena. That was related to her avoidance. That was related to her differences in her mood. That was related to her avoidance efforts. So it was the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp.
Now, let's first go back to the forensic evaluation. You mentioned you reviewed documents. What documents did you review?
So I'm going to refer to my list of documents so that I can be clear for you all. It is a 4-page.
All right. If you want to approach.
Oh my God, the way they approach. Skipping. Okay.
Dr. Curry, Dr. Hughes. I don't know why I keep doing that. My apologies. Dr. Hughes. I think it's the confusion of having her in the courtroom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chat, were you asking if people, when you said, do they have to give their medical diagnoses like day to day for work and stuff? No. For certain jobs, you have to do a mental evaluation and stuff like that. But like day to day jobs, most people don't need to know your medical history. They don't need to know if you have cancer. They don't need to know anything. You know what I mean? Like they don't. And by the way, you want to talk about stigmas? Chadwick Boseman, God rest his soul. Chadwick Boseman, he didn't want to tell people he had cancer in case he would lose the roles. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, I'm not going to lose my Disney contract because I have cancer. And everyone made fun of him and said he had an eating disorder. Y'all can go suck it. Because even if you had an eating disorder, why are you making fun of him? Gross.
Dr. Hughes, if you need to consult your notes to answer something, let us know that you need to consult your notes. Otherwise, try to answer to the best of your ability. And then if you need to do that, just let us know you're consulting your notes, okay? The concern is that you not read from them, that you consult them as you need to, okay?
Correct. I just don't want this to be a memory test of having conducted many documents, 80 pages of notes,
But you
and 12
can-
psychological testings to,
You can reference your notes, just don't read from them, okay?
yeah, no problem.
Okay, great. So please tell us what documents you reviewed. Please tell the jury.
Okay, so I reviewed a number of
I swear to God, they get mad every time Amber's side is trying to be accurate. They're like, don't be accurate.
documents, a plethora of documents, most, and I obviously won't read them all, but I reviewed certainly all of Ms. Heard's testimony that she gave in her deposition testimony in this case, her deposition or her trial testimony in the UK case. I did the same thing from Mr. Depp. I reviewed his deposition testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well. I reviewed a number of the depositions that were put forth in this case. I reviewed the psychological treatment notes for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records, did collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also read other medical records in this case, nursing notes in this case, and the highlights. And I also listened to the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text messages and emails.
And what, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen. Yes.
Okay. Now, the collateral interviews that you conducted, why did you conduct those?
Well, collateral interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's an opportunity to hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're evaluating, and get a better sense from that person of what they saw, what they knew, how they experienced this person. Sometimes our clinical notes don't give the full breadth of what really was going on in that therapy, because the notes are meant to be sort of short and to the point of what happened, who was there, and what was the plan. So it was really helpful to talk to these two clinicians who really were with Ms. Heard throughout the duration of her relationship with Mr. Depp. So they give us sort of a contemporaneous look at what was going on for her emotionally, and then what was she reporting, what was she saying about the relationship to her therapist.
And you mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Ms. Heard's therapist, and may I refresh my recollection with my notes, Your Honor?
She's allowed to
For the
consult
dates,
notes.
if you'd like me to tell the dates.
If she's asking me a question,
You're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may consult your notes, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
God, bro. Objection. Objection.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you. So she treated with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, who is a psychologist, from October 2011 through August 2014. She actually was seeing Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier, before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was referred by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then later for Ms. Heard. And she treated with Dr. Cohen from after she left Dr. Bonnie Jacobs in September 2014 to June 7th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. And so and I guess you got ahead of me there, so you also talked to Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also spoke with Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is Amber Heard's mother.
Oh, and when did you speak with Paige Heard?
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019. Again, I can check my notes and let you know the exact date if you'd like.
I think the end of 19.
Yes, they all were in the end of 19, yes.
All right. And are you aware that Paige Heard has since died? She died 2 years ago?
Oh.
Yes, I am aware. Sadly.
Wow.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the psychological testing. You stated that you conducted psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you...
Overruled all of.
Can you please tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered to Amber Heard?
I administered 12.
Can you please tell the jury which ones you administered?
So I am going to refer to my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
Okay.
So I administered...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking...
You can refresh your recollection.
As long as she's not reading it.
Right, you just can't read. You're not supposed to read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
Woo! Yo, I hate court, bro. I hate fucking court, bro. What a fucking, look at this. What a fucking, so annoying, bro.
So I can look and just look up and that's refreshing.
This is why Amber's team looks combative, because they're like, I'm sorry, what's the social game being played here? What's the fucking... Okay, I get what they're saying, but also, like, do you want accuracy or not, bro? She's just like, so actually...
Refreshing my recollection. Okay.
All right, if we could approach for a moment.
Yeah, it's all theater. It's literally, yes, chat. It is all theater. Like, look at her. She's so frustrated. It's like, look, do you want me to be accurate? And I hate this. This is what I'm saying. Can I just please bring it back to myself like a good little fucking BPD girl? Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. When people are like, oh, you're not being accurate. It's like, okay, do you want me to be accurate or not accurate? It's like people don't want the accuracy. I swear to God, so they can say, oh, you were lying. You weren't being accurate. It feels like a fucking social game that I don't know what's being played. Like, I get nervous when I'm like, oh, I had this many sessions of therapy or this much therapy. They're like, which one was it? Which one was it, though? Was it 14 or 15? Was it 16 or 17? Was it 18 or 19? I'm like, I don't know. Somewhere between there. Oh, so you don't even know. And I was like, I don't get what's happening. Yeah, like, I feel like they're just like waiting to tell me like, oh, see, you're manipulating. Oh, see, you're manipulating. And it's like, oh, okay. So this is the stuff that like made Amber's team look so unorganized and bad. Because even the lawyers on Amber's team look like, you know, but Johnny's team is so, that's a good, I hate to say it this way. Johnny's team, great lawyers. And like the Bible says, lawyers, Pharisees, taxpayers, or tax collectors, good luck getting into heaven, bitch. Oh, Lord. Okay, hold on. Ford it.
Please.
Yes,
Okay.
I can. I administered the Personality Assessment Inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have. I administered the Trauma Symptom Inventory, too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test, which is a measure of malingering. I administered the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist for the 5th edition for the DSM-5. I administered the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5. I administered the Beck Depression Inventory, the Beck Anxiety Inventory, the Mood Disorders Questionnaire, the danger, I did 3 intimate partner violence measures, the Conflict Tactic Scale, the Abusive Behavior Observation
Holy shit, she went for it, bro.
Checklist, and the Danger Assessment Scale. And then I also did the Life Events Checklist, which scans and gets us to ask about a lot of traumatic events that an individual may have experienced, and we administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
Wow.
Thank you. Were there any tests you administered to Amber Heard that were designed to reveal malingering or feigning?
Yes, there were.
Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering is the false production of psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false production of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be. So basically feigning is saying your mental health is worse than it actually is. So I administered 3 of the tests had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that question. The MFAST, the Miller Assessment, Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test, is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology. Is this someone, malingering psychopathology? She scored a 0 on that scale. So on that test, sorry, not the scale, that test. So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity indices, and she scored within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorse symptoms, I determined that also was a valid measure. And then finally, the PAI, the large scale, 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it to test for exaggeration or feigning or malingering, and she did not score in any of those scores and those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those 3 tests suggest to me that Ms. Heard is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile, meaning that she engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration, end of quote. Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to it's called ATR. It's the Atypical Response Scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms. It's very frequently elevated in people who have high levels of distress. And then importantly, on this test specifically, it says, do not use the percentile rank. It is in the manual, it is in italics, because the way that this test was normed, it was normed on people who have trauma. So it's what we call negatively skewed. That means that it falls on the tail end of the continuum. It is not a normal curve where we would normally think.
Oh, bro. Okay. This autistic, speak up right now, girls. When they say, what's your pain level? I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, how much pain are you in? I'm like, on the scale of what? They're like 1 to 10. I was like, is 10 like I just got my arm chopped off? They're like, what? And I was like, well, do you mean like 1, I stubbed my toe, or 10, my arm was chopped off? They're like, 1 to 10. And I'm like, is 10, I chopped my arm off? What do you mean? Like, what are you asking me? And do you know people with trauma literally feel pain? Autistic people can have a hard time identifying like how much pain they're in. And this is one of the reasons that I never know, am I exaggerating that I need to go to the doctor? Or am I faking my own symptoms? Like, should I go to the doctor? Is this enough pain to go to the doctor? I know I can handle more pain than other people because other people do things and they're like, oh, I have to go to the doctor. I'm like, oh, is that one of the reasons you go to the doctor? Like, I always feel guilty going to the doctor because I always think like, is this enough pain to go to the doctor? And this is why I'm so frustrated with these questions of like, oh, are you like, I need to, what does that mean? Even when my partner's like, how much pain are you in? I was like, in relation to what? And so we have to create scenarios for him to be like, is it like this kind of pain or this kind of pain? I'm like, it's more like that kind of pain than this kind of pain because I don't know what people are asking. Like, and then for like, I also think this is like a thing with being raised or being female is like there is an experience, our biological experience in that category of sexes experiences in terms of like endo or period pain or anything else. Like when people are like, oh, these cramps are so bad. I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, oh my God, I could barely stand yesterday. And I was like, yeah, my period as an example, my cramps have gotten so much worse as I've gotten older. And, the pain I'm in is so different and specific, but also I'm so used to it that I kind of just like, I can just tell myself like, what are you going to do? But it is painful. Like my partner will witness me like being in the weirdest. He'll be like, oh my God, are you okay? And I'm like, it's period cramp. Hold on, wait for it. And I experience rolling cramps that shoot all the way to my ass and in my body. Like it feels like, I told him yesterday, it feels like lightning shoots up my butt. And he's like, what? And I was like, it feels like you took a hot rod and shoved it up my butt. And he's like, oh, and I was like, and then there's like fists inside of my body doing this with like basically like almost like little spikes on their hands. And it's inside of my stomach right now. And he was like, and I was like, and this is just me every month. They're horrible, but I don't know. I have to get examined because I talk to other girls who have butt lightning. Girl, do you have endo? I'm going to get tested. I think I do have endo if I'm going to be honest with you. I'm almost positive I have endo and I have to go. It's 1 in 10 women can get endometriosis. I'm going to go get tested for it. I know this is TMI. I shouldn't be sharing all this stuff with you guys, but I'm a sharer. I try to be mysterious, but I'm a sharer autistic. And I just I have something going on with my body. There's something that's trying to murder me from the inside. And I just never know if it's enough pain to go get checked. And I'm sitting here just like, am I being a complainer? And the fact that I'm even asking myself that question is a part of, I swear to God, the internalized misogyny. Do you know endo can go to your brain all the way to your toes? Like brain, it can be in your brain. Endo's crazy as a concept. Like, I'm pretty sure I have it, but I don't know. I'm not a doctor. So I gotta go get checked and we're working on it. We're going. But like, you know what I mean? That's the thing that people are trying to change in female medicine, which is to say like your period shouldn't make it hard to go to work. And if they do, you should go get checked. And that's the problem is like, I have that fear that everybody has. I get my endo checked and there's no endo. And then I just got a little surgery for nothing. Do you know what I mean? And that's the problem. It's like, okay, I have to go get checked. Don't worry. I'm getting it done. We're going to do it. We're doing it soon. It's just, then I have to fight my anxiety and my autism to get out of the fucking house, to do the paperwork, to go get checked. It's a whole thing. I'm going to need a couple of days off from work, which is annoying. I'm going to go. And you should go too. But you know how it is, girls. But yeah, like I just put up with this pain. I just put up with this, like this thing hitting my body. And I just tell myself like, well, how much pain could I be in? And then you realize like a lot. So just, I appreciate this woman saying like, It's interesting when people ask like how you should assess the testing. And then I just like, I put up with it. And that's the thing. I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone. I hear from people every day that tell me, Brittany, and even it was a friend who told me, go get checked for endo. She was like, go get checked for endo, girl. I think you got it. I was like, what? And she goes, go get checked. And like, same thing. It's like, sometimes you need to tell people your symptoms so people in your life can help you. So they can tell you like, girl, go do it. Cause you're not making it up. It's not just in your head. But that's what's so scary about the world is like, you will convince yourself it's in your head. And it's not like things are happening. Things are happening. So anyways, go get checked. I'll go get checked. Okay. I love her. I love this woman, by the way.
Of how a percentile would work. So you would not use the percentile rank on this test.
You want to approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh my God. Another approach. Oh, hello. Quiet. It's quiet.
Dr.
Skipping.
Hughes, please continue.
So that is a very inaccurate way to describe that.
Oh, and good news on endo, guys. They just discovered a blood test. So I've seen doctors on TikTok talk about it. So I assume it's real. I haven't Googled it. But it's coming out of Australia, I think. Or no, is it somewhere? I don't remember. I didn't want to talk about it because I didn't do the research. But I heard in the grapevine on TikTok that allegedly, there's now going to be a blood test for endometriosis, which is amazing because it will change how people, they have to go into my belly button. They have to go into my body to check the endo. They have to put a little camera inside my body. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. Like, so apparently there's allegedly a test. And I would love for that to be true because thank God. Because they have to go into my body with a camera. Do you see? I don't want to do that. That doesn't sound interesting to Brittany. But I'm going to tell them when they're in there, tie my tubes, girl, because I'm trying to get over this baby thing. We're going to do it all in one go. We're going to ask the doctors to be like, get it all done, girl. Because I think it might help too. Honestly, if they tell me some women get hysterectomy for endo, guys, it's serious. That's a whole other stream. Sorry, we've got to focus on Depp and Heard. But if I got diagnosed with endo, I have done so much research at this point. If it's endo, I'm shook. And by the way, this is how conspiratorial my family has become. I told my mother it could be endo, and she goes, don't trust those doctors, Betsy. They're just making shit up now. And I'm like, conservatives are fucking over a whole part of the population, and my parents are victims of it. My parents are victims of conservative narrative. Conservatives have created such a distrust in medicine that their regular ass American citizens are falling for it. This would not have been my parents before. These are not the people that I grew up with. The people that I grew up with would have told me to go see a doctor right away. My parents have never been these people. And I keep telling them, please stop listening to whoever you're listening to. I tell you, my whole life, my parents were go to the doctor, go to the doctor, go to the doctor was my parents' favorite saying my whole life. And I'm so sick of it. I'm like, stop listening to whoever you're listening to. My whole life, my parents would have told me to go to the doctor. My dad told me to go to the doctor to see if I had gay gene. That's how much my parents love doctors. And then something fucking happened in 2016 and everyone's brain fucking melted. Thank you for listening to my rant. Let's keep going. Jesus Christ.
Scale in that test. And so the ATR scale on this test is probably the least robust of our validity scales, so you would never make a comment like that based on one scale if you don't have consistency across data. And when you look at the consistency across the testing with the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAS, and there's research to support that when they go together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD, that this is not feigned symptomatology. And then actually, if I look at the validity scores on the MMPI-2 that Dr. Curry administered, those scales are not elevated for exaggeration or malingering either. So if I add that, now I have really robust data that Ms. Heard is not malingering or feigning her psychological symptomatology.
Thank you. Did you administer any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactic scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing?
To refresh
my recollection, just a glance so
yes,
I can be clear with the jury.
Oh my God, these people. Ooh, every time he smiles. Amber didn't smile and she remained stoic, but every time Johnny smiles, it makes me mad. It's so disrespectful. This is very serious. This is very serious and you're smiling. I don't like it.
So what the overall gist of the testing was that, and the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Ms. Heard and then also what Ms. Heard did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh.
We're back to reading.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the jury.
I don't, go ahead. Go ahead.
Please continue.
So what these tests show was that there was a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. There was violence more on the mild level perpetrated by Ms. Heard toward Mr. Depp with.
I believe this. This is what I believe. I believe that Johnny Depp exhibited much more violent behavior towards Amber than Amber did Johnny, but Amber did also exhibit behavior towards Johnny. This is what we've seen so far re-examining the case. I think this is what I think too, based off the data we saw, because like when I first watched the case, obviously it was like Johnny's innocent, Johnny's innocent. But now it's like, oh, obviously Johnny's not innocent. They brought evidence towards it. So I actually agree with this assessment. They both, but Johnny was more.
One severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to me. There were scales about negotiation, about how much this couple tries to figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Ms. Heard reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both saying that, yes, we're trying to figure this out. We're trying.
Okay. I saw in the comment section someone say, I can't believe the psychologist, she's so unprofessional. Because I was reading the comments, they go, I can't believe she's using what Amber told her as the truth. Hey, nincompoop. That's every doctor. Your medical doctor goes by what you tell them. Your psychologist goes by what you tell them. Your autism assessment is what you tell them. Your therapist can't diagnose you with borderline until you tell them something about yourself. Literally, that is what it's based off of. They're supposed to create a safe enough environment for you to tell them enough about yourself for them to diagnose you based off what you say. That's the point. Like, that's the thing that just like fucking throws me about people. They don't understand what therapy is. With peace and love, this is what I mean. You don't understand therapy. What do you think therapy is? You tell the doctor. The doctor or the medical professional assesses you based off what you tell them. That's why they have to create a safe space for you to tell them the truth. So they can properly assess you, dummies. Like that, I'm so fucking annoyed with people who are like, I know what therapy is. You just talk about your feelings. Like, okay, there's something happening here. Okay? It's just so fucking annoying. I love this woman, bro.
To work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engaged in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Ms. Heard did engage in.
Discord said sounds like the toxic behavior in the relationship was 70-30 where Johnny did more. I would even argue 60-40. I think I would be willing to say sounds 60-40. Like the levels. I would say I'm okay with 60-40 because initially when I heard the trial, I thought it was like maybe like 5 or 0 to 20 Johnny and most of it Amber. And now I'm like, oh, wait a second. No, it's more Johnny and Amber, but they're closer together. I would even argue 60-40 with Johnny at 60. That's what I would even argue that. Because he just exhibited, so he did manipulative plus physical, exaggerated. She did manipulative and physical, less. That's how I'm basing it. He has more counts against him than her. It's simple math.
And also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Ms. Heard, what she was subjected to. And then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none. And then on the danger assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that were related to severity in violent relationships and a risk factor. When we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection, Foundation.
She's talking about the test results.
Overruled, go ahead.
Please continue.
The obsessive jealousy, the control aspect, and his threatening of suicide to kill himself. So those were risk factors that placed her in the increased danger range. And this is a range that, says that we certainly have to advise women of their risk and consult with law enforcement if they're involved, or judges if they're involved, because this means that a woman is at risk for more serious or lethal domestic violence.
So did the results of the psychological tests you administered to Amber Heard support a diagnosis of PTSD?
Objection leading.
What, if any, psychological tests did you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Sure. So there were 4 tests that supported that diagnosis. Wow. One was the PAI, which was that 344 question large scale personality inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale, was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, 2 of her scales were the intrusive experiences dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, 2 of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD. On the PCL, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, that she scored in all 4 domains of PTSD, and that's an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms, and in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things about the abuse of the trauma enter your mind when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category of PTSD, that I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in the what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma, and also in the physiological hyperactivity, the hyperarousal, the hypervigilance, the startle response. So on the PCL, she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally, the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5. And what that allows me to do, unlike the PCL, is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this really playing out for this individual? And similarly, she scored in all 4 categories of trauma and of having.
And by the way, this is a very common fear. I think a lot of really authentic and well-intentioned people have is we're afraid of somehow being able to trick our doctors into diagnosing us. But the truth is that that's not going to happen. Like, you would have to, like, it just doesn't happen that way. And that's what I'm learning. That's what the doctors told me. They're like, girl, you can't trick us. They didn't say girl, that's Britney speak, but they said, you can't trick us into diagnosing you. Like, we're professionals. We know what we're doing. And it's like a fear a lot of autistic people have. It's a fear, late diagnosed autistic. It's a big fear that a lot of us have, is that we're going to somehow be able to do that. But it's not something we have to worry about, because it's not our job to it's not our job to worry about that, when it's their job to catch it if we're quote tricking them. It's their job to look for the manipulation. It's not our job. And I have that. I told my partner, I was like, I have this like great fear that I'm gonna answer all the questions correctly because I watch autistic TikToks. And he's like, I think you having that fear is the evidence that you need to know you're going to be honest with them. And I was like, yeah. And I know that about myself. Like, I know I'm an honest person. I think I'm a really honest person. So, and it was nice to hear the doctor say, like, you having that anxiety is so normal. Everybody has that anxiety. It's not your job. It's our job to catch you. If you're tricking us, you're fine. And I was like, okay. Because like, it sounds kind of silly out loud, but I can see your chat and see that you guys kind of relate to that. But like, yeah, it's so funny. Like, because you hear it. It's the first thing people say. Are you sure you were raped, or do you just think you were? I had a friend ask me, and I don't think he meant it this way. I don't like to think that he meant it this way. I think he was just trying to be like a debate lord. But he said, what if your rapist didn't know they were raping you? And I pondered that thought in good faith. And it was probably super traumatic to do that. It was probably inappropriate to do that. Because now in hindsight, I think it was an inappropriate question, given the reputation of this person's proclivity to defend abusers. And I realize now in hindsight why that question might have been inappropriate and from his own biased perspective. But humans are going to human. I wouldn't like to think that he meant it the way that it seemed, but in hindsight, I see that it came from his like misogyny. Yeah, I think it's growing up in an environment or having friends or talking to people you think are introspective, and they'll say things like that make you have to doubt yourself in a sense. And that's why I think you have to be very careful about who you trust, because people, whether they intend to or not, might contribute to you making yourself worse, because you already have the imposter syndrome. You already have the doubt. And that's why you have to rely on people that authentically, in my opinion, love their jobs and love you and love the truth. All I want is the truth. That's all I've ever wanted. And so you've got to be able to seek out other people who genuinely want the truth. So like I told my autism assessment doctors, I just want the truth. And they said, all I want to give you is the truth. Let's take as many tests as we need. Let's sit down. Let's take as long as we need to come to this assessment. And whether it's one session or 20 or whatever everyone has to do in life, we all just want, hopefully, the truth. But to be fair, I think the truth is scary for people. I mean, we live in a very diverse world where the truth is very subjective for people. I'm not interested in that truth. I mean, the subjective truth is so valuable, but I just want to know if it's true. And like even true is so subjective, but you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I'm fascinated by humans. Again, I can have a lot of empathy and patience, and I don't think my friend's like a bad person in a sense. I do think they suffer from like misogyny, which they're a man. So, and we're women, we suffer from misogyny. AFAB people, we all suffer from the patriarchy. But yeah, when you grow up in a world that constantly says, are you sure about that? It's hard. Or like I've had people who know that I've been assaulted say things like, why do you ever complain about your life? Like you've never had one bad thing happen to you. I don't think it's hard for me to imagine that they mean it the way that they are saying it. Because sometimes I think they forget what you've been through. And so they're just looking at you as the person you are. Like, how bad could your life be? Look at you. You're successful. You have a job. You're married. Like, what the fuck has ever happened to you in your life? It's like, yeah, I can see why you're saying that. But just a reminder, everyone suffers. You know what I mean? Okay, let's go back to this.
Intrusive experiences and nightmares and avoidance efforts and physiological hyperactivity and changes in her mood and her thoughts. And her total score was a 28, which falls in the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any, consideration did you give to Amber Heard's history of childhood abuse in making your diagnosis?
I mean, that was a significant consideration, given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan. And we wanted to make sure that the symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood.
Nice. Oh, very thorough.
And certainly,
this is my brain too. Oh, is that trauma from this or is it from this? I love her brain already, girl.
You know, earlier on in the evaluation, and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptoms. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific to Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD, if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD when you have a subsequent trauma. The other aspect about her childhood abuse is that she was raised in a family of violence. She was physically abused by her father. She saw her father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake. Yeah. How to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out?
It's not abnormal for the females in the family, the assigned female at birth people in the family, to be given the caretaker role over the assigned male people in the family, like Johnny Depp and his family. he maybe wouldn't have been assigned a caregiver role. So that's the thing when I say like raised as a woman, raised as a man. When you're raised as a woman under the patriarchy, your default caregiver to the most abusive people. When you're raised as a man, your default raised as somebody to be cared for. And so statistically, just generally speaking, it's more probable that Amber would have been trying to caretake Johnny. Well, Johnny would have assumed the caretaking like from Amber and would have been entitled to it. He would have felt entitled to it. And so that's the thing. That's why I say childhood trauma is so interesting, because we repeat those cycles. We don't break those generational curses. Breaking a generational curse is really hard when you don't know that you're in a cycle of somebody else's trauma. Like, this isn't your trauma. This is your grandmother's trauma that has become your trauma because she passed it down to you. This isn't your trauma. This is your father's trauma that he gave to you, because like now it's your trauma. It's like literally a generational trauma. Think of it as like, a painting that gets passed down that's cursed, and it gets passed down for every generation. And it was yours before you were born. Because if you're a parent, before you become a parent, if you don't deal with your generational traumas, you are birthing that child into trauma, period. The child never had a chance. That's why I say everybody is traumatized on a spectrum. Because unless your parents are one of the few on the planet that have dealt with their trauma before having a child, they guarantee you that generational curse. They guarantee you. And so you're born, you weren't even given a chance. And then on top of that, you have to be born into a world that then gives you their unhealed trauma too. We're always people. That's why I say when you're a healthier person, when you've done the work, you can see just how vulnerable and messed up the world is. But that doesn't make people bad at their core when everyone's just walking around traumatized. You're not bad because you're traumatized. But if you're not dealing with it, you might hurt people intentionally or not. And I'll try to meet you where you are. But when you get called out, when you get told it's bad and your only reaction is, well, they're abusive, so I get to abuse them. Now you contribute to repeating the cycle. Congratulations. You're doing nothing to break it. And now you've just become a new version of this generation's abuser. That's the problem. Don't become this generation's abuser. Become this generation's breaking of the cycle. You break the cycle. Okay? And this is why I look at people with a lot of empathy, and I get it, and I try to meet people where they are. But if I call them out, and they're not going to do anything, and every time they're in the room, someone's like, oh, I have a problem with again. We're fighting again. Oh, they're yelling at me again. Their friends, their partners are crying, confused, conflicted. There's no peace. Okay? That's one of the ways I use a data point to knowing I'm getting better. Like, everybody in my life basically has no complaints about my behavior or how I am. People get along with me. I'm much better. Everyone knows Brittany's changed. She's gotten healthier. I use that data point to reference where I'm at. Now, sometimes you meet people who are in their own trauma journey and they might still try to put that on you. But if a majority of people are like, no, dude, like Brittany's changed, and only one or two people who are still dealing with their own shit are the only people with opinions, that's the opinion we don't listen to. Right? We don't listen to the minority who's still dealing with their own shit, right? We listen to the people that are like, no, because you got to get credit where credit is due. And if somebody's not going to give you the credit, if somebody's going to go off on you, if somebody, you know what I mean? That's different. And I use that data because, again, our friends and family are also traumatized. So we have to be able to meet them where they're at and meet ourselves. But that's why I say, like, with peace and love, I respect when my siblings need a break. When my siblings are like, I don't want to talk to you. Okay, I totally see that. I get it. I'll talk to you when you're ready. I love you. I'm never going to be upset because I know when I needed my 5 years away from my family, like, I needed that time. I needed time to go away. And that's the thing is, like, I think it's hard because the world, you have to battle all of these preconceived notions of what it means to even exist. And on top of this, we're dealing with people who believe in a God, who think Trump is somehow being used by Jesus to help Russia save Europe. Asia. I don't even know what's going on. Like, I don't even know what's going on to save the planet. I don't know. There's like conspiracy theories mixed into this, and flat earthers and anti-vaxxers and homophobes and transphobes. And then we're all trying to fucking battle our own traumas. Y'all. And through all of this chaos, the one thing I can tell you that I've discovered for myself, you can still be peaceful. You can still vibe. Because ultimately, it's not what the world is doing. It's what you do, even though the world is doing its thing. Because on top of all of this trauma and processing, we are dealing with the chaos. And that's why I think I created the levels, was to give me a framework for dealing with people and myself in relation to people and the world. The reason I love the levels as a framework is because it gives me the ability to say, like, okay, even though everybody else is making decisions that I don't love, I'm going to make decisions I love. And I'm going to accept that everybody is on a journey, because who am I to claim ultimate knowledge of the universe when I know I don't have it? Who am I to claim this idea of a God who put us here and is fighting Satan for souls? Like, I don't know any of that. I don't know what that is. You know, who am I to say that I know anything when I know that I'm just a person experiencing life? And so I think that's what I use the framework of the levels for, is it allows me to say, okay, Brittany, like, we're engaging with this social expectation. We're engaging with this war. We're engaging, like, one of the things my partner and I have been discussing as a family is, what are the chances we live out the next 100 years without World War III? You know, who are we to think we're so entitled to exist on a planet that doesn't have World War III? So we're thinking about it. You know, I'm on a visa here. I'm not a, you know, we talked about, because you know how Trump is threatening Canada, and like they want to take over Iceland, and they're threatening like all these other places. And I'm like, is America really going to go to World War III with Europe and the rest of the world? Like, what are they doing? There's all these like hints conservatives keep posing that I'm like, are you about to go to war again? What's happening? I don't know what they're going to do. But I'm in America. I'm an American. Like, would I give up my passport? Would I do? There's so much in life that's so serious. But I promise you, whatever happens, you're just another person in this vast history of human civilization. Like, in some ways, it's such a relief to know, like, none of this matters. And in some ways, it's so nice to know I can just do whatever it takes. I'm not afraid of a war. I'm afraid that people won't be prepared for the idea of living through it. And so they might act a little crazy. Like, a war only exists because we're a little crazy, but that's humans. I'm not worried in that normal fear sense, to be honest with you. I just want to make sure my paperwork is in line so I can stay with my husband. That's all I want. I just want to stay with my partner. So if that means giving up my US passport because they decided to go to war with Europe, I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to, but at the same time, like, I want to be an American citizen. I want to be proud of America. I want to be proud of her. I really hope she makes good, wise decisions so I can continue to be a proud American. But that's the scariest part, is like, am I going to be able to file my paperwork on time, or are they going to deport me? But hey, what are you going to do? Right? What are you going to do? Wait, what's tragic optimism? That sounds bad. Radical acceptance, yes, but tragic optimism, I don't know what that means. I just think you should be realistic. We're people on a planet, evolved over time. It is what it is. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? You know, hold on. Tragic optimism sounds like a cope. Tragic optimism. Tragic optimism means acknowledging, accepting, even anticipating the fact that life evolves, hardship, and hurt. Then you do everything you can move forward in a positive attitude. This emotional flexibility is related to resilience. Who is this by? Oh, Viktor Frankl. Okay, I hear he's dope. Okay, yeah, based. Okay, that sounds based. That sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. I think, yeah, he's the one who wrote the book that everyone tells me to read. I haven't read it yet, though. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, vibes. With that said, let's take a 2-second break, because I got to pee again, and this still has a lot to go. Give me a moment, and I'll come back, and we'll continue to have this conversation. I'm also going to grab a snack, so give me like 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, okay. I just ate blueberries that I dehydrated as a snack. So if I have anything in my teeth, you better tell me. My tongue is already black, or blue, I guess. Dehydrated blueberries are my favorite. They're so good for you, but I don't like regular blueberries. I dehydrated my own and it was so good. Nom, 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 so good for you. Okay, let's go ahead and get to it. P.S. Only 87 likes and over 100 of you guys here. Please like the stream, guys. It really does make a difference for the content creators. It really, really does. Okay, ready?
It out from heroin. And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very early age that she had to figure out how to do this in this scenario. And I would say lastly, what that environment taught her was that she learned that she could love someone who hurts her.
Totally.
She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, revealing clothing.
I think that's actually so much more common than we give it credit to. I think a lot of us learn that people who love us can hurt us, or we can love people who hurt us. And that's why it's interesting, because we're reading Bell Hooks in the book club right now for Discord. It's audio book club. Come join us. And she makes the argument that people who love you don't abuse you. Abuse is void of love. And I think that's a very good challenge to the way we perceive love and what it is, since love is healing. How does love heal if it abuses? And I think that's a really good... That's why I think it's important for people to realize, like, oh my God, I don't love you when I'm abusing you. So you might love me, but in the context of the abuse, you are not loving me in that moment. And you shouldn't have to feel obligated to love people who abuse you. But I think that's a really great argument from Bell Hooks that love is healing. So what relationship could it ever have with abuse?
Revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was going on a job audition, and he said, you're going to go out with those tits and ass, and she had to sort of go in and put on what she said, mom jeans, so that she didn't look sexy, so she didn't look revealing, and continue to...
Joke's on you. Mom jeans, very sexy.
Try to plead with him about what jobs she could take and she could not take. This made her be very sort of restrictive and try to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him, because he would put them down or want to see where there might be nudity, where there might be something where she's doing a love scene. And then
Wow. I boomered. When was the last time I boomered? Look at me, guys. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I was going to say, in my past, I've been with partners who can be like this, where like, even when you're not together, they're like, oh my gosh, why are you hanging out with that person? Like, what's going on there? And I'm like, what? Like, I'm a YouTuber. I have collabs. And so there could be that, like questioning. Right. And I think that that's interesting. And I think that wouldn't be surprised if he did that. Always kind of interesting, though, when actors and actresses get together and then they act weird about things. But then the irony is, bringing it back to 50 Shades of Grey, jealousy is seen as romantic in a lot of toxic couples. Who are you with? Did you look at him the way you look at me? Like, you're mine. I'm going to mark you. Like, blah, 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 blah. And it's like that toxicity conveys itself as romance. So Johnny or Amber, whoever, could have used it as like a possessive romantic thing, turned into abuse toxicity thing. And that stuff will always be fascinating to me. That ownership element, Johnny doesn't want to feel trapped and told what to do, but he wants to tell Amber what to do. But also maybe they both are so damaged because of their childhoods that they just don't know how to have healthy relationships. That could also just be the case. You haven't learned yet how to have a healthy relationship.
And almost every person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity. And we saw that on the Australia pictures, the Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued,
True. And to corroborate this, Johnny did admit that he wrote those things on the mirror by calling her loose and accusing her of being with Billy Bob Thornton. Again, there is proof that Johnny was jealous and that Johnny exhibited this behavior with the mirror, where he drew it in his blood.
To berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control looks like, those messages on the mirror. When you look at how he wanted her to there was some interference with the family, with her sister. When some things were leaked, he was obsessed believing that it was Whitney who did it. And eventually, Miss Heard had to succumb and say, okay, yes, it was, and then alienate herself from her sister because she just couldn't take the fights anymore. She just couldn't take the constant barrage of criticism. So there were many instances when, in terms of their interactions, she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days.
Wow.
And it's this sort of, when we talk about, the ghosting, but your husband doesn't ghost you. Your partner doesn't ghost you. And there were so many times of this sort of withdrawal of affection, which was on his terms and when he wanted to do it. I'm aware that there is, testimony in this case that, Mr. Depp decided to leave because he didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation.
Very nuanced.
After an altercation.
Very nuanced.
He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation. So leaving wasn't the defining variable. The problem was that, with this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had, the fight would always come back. So leaving might end the argument for that moment, but Miss Heard knew he was always going to come back and he was going to, start the interrogation once again.
And what is the effect of the coercive control on Amber Heard?
The effect was drastic. She talked to me that her roles consistently dropped over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location with him, it was very stressful. It was very anxiety provoking because of the accusations of infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying, babe, there's no one here. There's no one here. That was something that she had to do repeatedly.
Wait, Chad is saying no sound, Britt. Reset your phone. Is it, does anyone else not hear anything? Is that just, sometimes it happens to individual phones and individual people. Can somebody confirm, is there no sound on stream? I don't want to keep going if there's no sound, obviously. Can someone else confirm? I can hear, sounds good. Okay, reset the stream. If you don't hear it, reset it.
And constantly over the course of the relationship. So it caused a significant amount of anxiety, of distress, of having to try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to have the career that she wanted to have. It made her hypervigilant and definitely contributed to sort of her psychological symptomatology getting worse over time.
What about sexual violence?
Oof. So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I don't want to say trailer park, but I guess it's trailer park. Mm-hmm. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber. And that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her and got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came.
Is that, from my recollection, the trailer park where he broke the light or something in the trailer was broken after? I think that's also that's the same story. I don't want to mix. That's my memory from years ago, from 2 years ago, not from recent. So I don't know.
Came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident, when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine. Thought that maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently in the closet.
Okay, you know what's, this is what I want to talk about probability for. So it would be very abnormal, just statistically, for Amber to be the dominant abuser in the relationship. And so what we have to pay attention, that's why the case was so crazy, because it became a look at Johnny Depp. Every time somebody in a debate from 2 years ago on would say, well, it's often always the man. And someone would say, well, look at Johnny Depp, though. Look at Johnny Depp, though. But look at Johnny Depp. Look at Amber Heard. Look at Johnny Depp. And the reason we're revisiting this case now is because the realization of the probability of that happening would be very rare. But I wondered why it happened. And I wondered why all these abusers and all these communities were backing Johnny Depp. And it made me question, along with your asking me to go over it, like, wait a second. So the probability of Amber being the dominant abuser in the relationship, based off the evidence we've even seen, is actually even more or less likely, given the way that he wrote things on the mirrors, used his blood, physically accosted her, was found guilty in the UK, like all of these things that happened, the fact that this doctor has a different diagnosis for her than the other doctor, like all of these things. So I think it's interesting when we reevaluate it, because we don't want to give into that statistical probability and not take into consideration the anomalies. But the anomaly, I don't think, was present here. And I think we wanted it to be present here so badly because everyone was feeling so duped by Amber's initial article, but we were wrong and we fell for the media spin. Remember, these lawyers are not here for the truth. They're here to spin a narrative so their client wins. And I see it happening with the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, whatever, I think that's his name, that case that's going on, and maybe we'll cover it, but that's happening right now with that case. One of the reasons I'm not covering it is because I think it's the same thing. It's a Depp versus Heard again, and we're really confused on who and what is happening because it looks one way, but it could be the other. And so there's that whole thing where, like, what is the probability of this happening? And that's what we're reevaluating here. And again, I don't want to overcorrect. So I think I like this therapist the best so far because she is admitting that both of them hit each other. There was toxicity. It's just that Johnny was the primary abuser or the more dominant abuser while Amber wasn't. And I do think that's accurate based off of the voice calls, the evidence, the context of the full conversation with Amber and Johnny when Amber says, go ahead and tell the world you're Johnny Depp and I abused you. Well, a minute prior to that, Johnny Depp, certainly the context altogether is totally different than these clips we were hearing. So that's why all of these things matter. And also our memory sucks. Like our memory is really, really bad. And that's why we should go back and remember things because, oh, like I remembered it so different and now I'm rewatching it. And then guys, do you know they did a study about how judges, if they don't eat and if they're hungry before throwing judgment, like they are more likely to find you guilty, right? Like they're more likely to give you a lot harder sentence, I think is the way to phrase it. And I think if we come out with data that says that, all judges should have snacks next to them at all times. We cannot be throwing people in prison because they're hungry. Do you know what I mean? So when I see a statistic, I try to counter that statistics. Oh, women don't ask for raises, so I start asking for raises, right? If judges are condemning people to prison more often when they're hungry, we need to give them food. You know, we need to give them food. That's the solution. The solution isn't to be like, oh, well, guess we can't do anything. Feed them. Make sure they're happy and full because too many people are in prison. Hello?
Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course, the incident in Australia was one of the most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I hate you, I'm going to fucking kill you. And he grabbed a bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle.
Jesus.
And Miss Heard reported to me of dissociating and going outside of her body. And the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
What, if any, psychological abuse did you find?
There was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors. As I stated, Miss Heard admitted to me and reported that she engaged in those behaviors as well. She reported that she did call him names and offensive comments and said things to him that were horrible, and that she was incredibly saddened and horrified by her behavior. And looking back, she, at this point, not being in the constant barrage of abuse, does not recognize her. The abuse by Mr. Depp, he called her a number of names, frequently whore.
And we know that Johnny used misogynistic language towards multiple women he's been in relationships with, but the text messages I think are the most important here, right? Because Amber might have called him names and she might have done some stuff, but did she threaten to kill him, fuck his dead body? Did she threaten to drown him? Did she threaten to do any of the things that Johnny threatened to do to Amber? And Johnny shared those messages with other men, and other men just laughed and kind of like thought it was funny. Like, that's the thing. Look, we've all called somebody a cunt, but not many of us have probably talked about fucking dead bodies of people we've murdered. I think that's kind of the special anomaly here with our language. I certainly don't have any text messages threatening to fuck anybody's dead body. So the fact that Johnny does, I think, is the point. Johnny's the one with the threatening text messages. Do you get what I'm like? That's hello?
Slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor, easy, ambition. Ambition was a weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names. And
I wonder if Johnny's ever dated a woman that he was comfortable with her being as famous or popular as him.
And humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that,
Yes, great point. Chat says it sounds like Amber actually felt safe with the psychologist, to be super honest. I agree. It sounds like Amber was much more forthcoming with this one and was much more honest, probably because she seems to be very educated and well-versed, but also very kind and compassionate. She has very compassionate energy, which is like good because, and she was very honest. Amber did stuff, Johnny did stuff. I think that's so important versus this narrative that it was all Amber and only Amber and Johnny never did anything, even though we have literal evidence that Johnny did plenty. That's the dilemma I'm finding. Why is Amber 100% responsible? Question mark.
Mr. Depp was often banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly, very quickly.
Can you tell me how you conducted your analysis to arrive at these conclusions?
Sure. So what I did was look at the incidents that were reported and look at the corroborating data around it. So as we stated, most of these incidents of intimate partner violence happen behind closed doors. Not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is the data that surrounds.
I just keep thinking back to that mom who made that TikTok saying she's going through a divorce, but her ex-husband's been amazing and they're agreeing on the divorce and everything's going smoothly. And then he suicides her. She told TikTok everything was going fine, that everything was going to work out, that they had agreed to a divorce. And then he suicided her, orphaned his kid. I just keep seeing her face over and over again. And the audacity of his family to put an obituary for him that said he was, what is it called? Preceded. He was, when they say like, oh, the people who are still alive are this group of people and his wife was named because she was killed after him. Devastating, just like devastating. I can't get her face out of my head. Just sitting there and crying and talking about how scared she is to be a single mom, but how ready she is to move on and how he's being so great. And she married a great guy. They just didn't work out. And boom.
Around it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the person is the victim telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages that sort of allow us to fill in the pieces of the picture, even though we don't have exactly what happened at that moment? The more collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So
vague.
Overruled.
So, for example, the Boston plane incident, I think without looking, I know May 24th, 2014. This is the incident where Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites. Ms. Heard is on the plane waiting for Mr. Depp to come on in the tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the SUV, smoking and drinking, smoking weed and drinking. She is filming with James Franco at this point, and she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of derogatory comments about her, and I hope you had fun with your escapades, and some more inflammatory language. And then in an argument, when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane. To the front of the plane because he sat in the back of the plane. So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note, several notes in Bonnie Jacobs' records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco before this Boston plane incident. After the incident, Ms. Heard told her friend Io, she told her friend Savannah, she told her friend Rocky. Ms. Heard did not go home. She was afraid to go home. So she went to a hotel because when Johnny was in these states, he would often show up because he's still in that drinking and drugging phase. And he talked about that. That was the roxycodone before he detoxed. He was still in that, high substance abuse phase that he would often show up at night, and that did not feel safe. There was a text from Stephen Duders, Mr. Depp's assistant.
The assistant text message. Johnny Depp won because we all had fucking cognitive dissonance. Our misogyny got the better of us. Not saying Amber didn't do shit, just like this lady is saying. But this alone.
Assistant.
All right, you want to approach?
Don't you stop her when she's about to give the best evidence ever. Oh my God, that was going to be the best evidence ever because the assistant confirmed on text message that she was kicked. Look at the way he's like, objection? Objection? Look at them smiling. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Oh my God, the smugness, bro.
All right, so Dr. Hughes, let's go past that text and talk about
Ooh. Ooh. Cool. Wow. Cool. So now we see it in front of us, boys. Okay, boys? Now we see it in front of us. How did Johnny Depp win? Because of bullshit like this. And also the way they framed it, the media, the way the misogyny ramped up, all those streamer boys, myself included, who just completely just went into this wrong. Everyone. Oh my God, we all fucked up. We fucked up. Jesus Christ.
Go past that text and continue after that text.
Sure. So there was, Mr. Depp apologized to Ms. Heard for that incident. Mr. Depp said in his UK testimony, well, I only maybe playfully tapped her on the back with my foot. Mr. Depp texted Paul Bettany and talked about how he was so drunk and out of control and engaged in bad behavior. He texted his friend Patty Smith a very similar type of text about how drunk and out of control he was. And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, I don't agree.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Can you give another example?
I think those are all I can remember at this point.
Okay.
Oh. This is so frustrating. This is so frustrating, huh? Oh, and I'll never look at Paul Bettany the same ever again, by the way. He's dead to me. Dead to me. Y'all dead to me. Dead to me. Okay, he's dead to me. I used to love him. Now we don't love him. Absolutely dead to me. That's why I cut off all these people the last few months. Because you're dead to me. Okay? You're dead to me. Figure it out. Realize these people are shitty. You're dead to me. What was the text they objected to? Johnny Depp's assistant confirming she was kicked, confirming that Johnny was so fucked up he didn't even realize it, but he's sorry and wants to apologize. Then Johnny Depp apologizes to Amber. That text message was from the only fucking witness on the plane who could agree that Amber Heard was kicked. That's what that text message was. That's why I'm saying he's an abuser. We have a witness. We have a text message. I don't give a fuck if the court allowed it. The court doesn't allow certain evidence all the time. Because its job as the defense lawyer or Johnny's lawyers is to make him innocent in the end. And that's the bullshit. So now the assumption is people are going to say, well, it must not have been real and that's why it wasn't in court. No. This is so frustrating. And you wonder why women don't come forward with their abuse claims, or men, or anybody doesn't come forward with their abuse claims.
What if any, sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So you concluded that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Can you please explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Yes, that is correct. That, Amber Heard reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive, the name calling, the putting him down and calling him very bad names and insulting his fatherhood. And she was very shamed and remorseful about that. She also indicated, using, and as some of the testing showed, minor forms of violence, pushing, shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with women when there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now, does that make Amber Heard a perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
Objection leading.
Overruled. So that was one of the tasks that I had to consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given all of the other data, that was not my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting. So it would have been a self-defense move. Because obviously, like, if someone's coming at your sister, like, I'm going to body slam you to the ground, bitch. Like, if somebody was coming at my sister, girl, the way I would do anything, in that moment to self-defend, right? So I guess that's considered self-defense. So now we can take that off Amber's character assassination or character. Yeah, because if it's because of her sister, if it's literally like she isn't like that, so she's defending her sister. So is that when she's like, Johnny, I did not punch you? Or is that a different conversation? Is that the same conversation? I'm curious about that. Yeah. Huh.
Now, you stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury, why are therapy records important?
Therapy records are critical for a forensic psychologist. When we have the opportunity to go back in time and see what a person was dealing with, what the content of their distress was, and what the symptoms of.
Yeah, so chat says, wait, so she did take accountability and it did hurt her case and it did hurt. Yeah, like I think so. Right now we have Amber telling the truth, it looks like. Admitting to actual fault. So you know how we kept saying Amber doesn't admit to fault? She admitted to fault to the right group of people, which were her doctors, the assessors. Interesting, right? That's so interesting, right? Because she had no reason to do that. She had no reason to tell her anything she knew would be used in court. But she trusted her, and so she told her. Because Johnny is denying everything. That's what Johnny is doing. She's not telling him anything, or Johnny's not telling anything. Sorry, that's what Johnny decided to do. He's not telling anyone everything. He refused to get evaluated, right? So Johnny's team refused the evaluation. They didn't want to get Johnny evaluated for this reason. Amber volunteered, was evaluated, and she was forthcoming and honest, and she got punished for it. Right? That's interesting. Wow. Jesus.
Of their distress was, it really gives us a snapshot in time. So they become very critical as part of the overall forensic psychological evaluation, because we as psychologists understand how people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy.
You know what's crazy? Hold on. Is it here? There was a comment I read that was like, she's the most unprofessional. Like the comment sections hate this woman. They're like, she's so unprofessional. She's so about her opinion. This woman is the most professional person who has been on the stand so far. And that's what's so interesting is the comment section hates this woman because I think she's inserting her opinion too much. But like, I don't see that happening. I think she's being so honest and so balanced. It's just like, oh my gosh. Like, this is so fascinating. It's why it's scary to admit you've done anything wrong because the world doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, Johnny does this thing on the stand where he's like, yeah, I've done drugs, I've done things, but he's not admitting to the things that Amber is willing to admit to, is that she participated. She physically hit him. There was an escalation. There was even a defense. There was all these things. Johnny won't do any of that, even though there was a witness to him abusing her. And so again, like all of this is so fascinating watching it back. Wow, my misogyny was so blinding me when I first watched this, bro. And again, the reason I can accept where we're at now is because it's honest that Amber wasn't perfect, but she didn't need to be a victim. Johnny also didn't need to be perfect to be a victim. And this is why I say when temptation comes knocking, please have the value system that says, regardless of how you taught me, I will not give in to you. Regardless of how you taunt me, I will not engage with you. Absolutely not. I would rather block you than engage and be trapped in this scenario where now I have to say with my chest that I did this thing I don't even believe in. I would rather die believing what I believe than get sucked into your little toxic bubble, which is why I stopped engaging with streamers, stopped engaging with those people, because every time I tried to explain myself, it felt like I was getting sucked into their world, and they would just like push me into a corner where it's like, let's make Britney fucking triggered. Let's do this thing to Britney. And I was like, what's happening? And I was like, okay, I'm not engaging with any of you. You're obviously not serious. Like, you're obviously not in any way serious about finding out the truth. And this is where I know people are like, oh, you just block I'll block you right now, motherfucker. I'll block you right now because you're not willing to succumb, or you're not willing to say anything that's true. You're not willing to say, I did do that and I need to stop. I would rather die on the hill of my values, as arbitrary as they are, than fucking deal with these people who are willing to win at any costs. That's why I say, with peace and love, you cannot win at any cost. There must be a price that you're not willing to pay to win. And you have to decide what that is. So mine is, I'm not going to betray my values in order to win. And so many people are willing to say, I'll do whatever it takes to win. When they go low, I'll go lower. That's not me, sis. Okay? So all those streamers who with their big chests got on the internet and say, if they go low, I'll go lower. All those people that are like, Democrats should go lower, Republicans are so slimy, they should become just as slimy. I'm looking at you. You're the problem. No, when they go low, we do not go lower. Absolutely not.
Records, we see sort of real-time unfolding of this dynamic in this relationship. We see early on in her notes in her report with Bonnie Jacobs and in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse, constant concerns about him passing out and vomiting, constant concerns about not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
She can characterize that and say she relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
Constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment? How do I get him help? Miss Heard starts going to Al-Anon.
I love this quote, Desi. Desi says, Amanda Seale says, when they go low, we get loud. That's great. That's great.
At this point, early 2012, in the beginning of the relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure out a way to support the man that she's dating right now and the man who she's falling madly in love with. There were reports in Dr. Jacobs' notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior, about him not wanting to do certain jobs, of not wanting her to wear certain clothes. So this is going back to 2012. With no indication of why would she be saying that, but for the sole purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance in this relationship that she finds so difficult. There are indications, as I mentioned before, of the sexual assault and the sexual abuse and how he would, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her. And then, if he was not able to perform, he would get more angry at her and blame her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his behavior. Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
She did. Early on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Wait, whoa, that's important. What?
And then she did.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses?
Wait, so 2 out of the 3 therapists that reviewed Amber Heard diagnosed her with PTSD, but not BPD, and not histrionic. So only Johnny's expert witness diagnosed her with the personality disorder? Is that what I'm hearing, kids? Is that what I'm hearing?
To Amber Heard?
She did. Early on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
All right. And did Dr. Jacobs diagnose Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder?
No, she did not.
Histrionic personality disorder?
No, she did not.
And is that important?
That's very important when we're trying to figure out the course of somebody's illness, the course of somebody's psychiatric difficulties. As I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders usually start in adolescence early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You also stated that you reviewed Dr. Conal Cowan's treatment notes, correct?
Correct.
And you also read his deposition testimony?
Correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And what did you get from all of that data?
So by the time that she gets to Dr. Connell Cohen, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation.
I'm going to be real with you. I think I would have cried. I am overstimulated. I could cry right now thinking about how hard it would be to sit there and watch this fucking bullshit. Oh my God. Like, ooh. Ooh. Oh, this shit is insane, bro. I don't know how she just sat there. What, girl? Is she like meditating in her head right now, girl? Is she vibing? Because my sense of injustice would be like, actually, like, I just can't, you see me on streams during panels when I'm literally like, this, wow. Wow.
Fluctuation in moods. And when you sort of look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cohen, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control, it makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cohen's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Dr. Connell Cohen was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cohen. They did, both of them, both therapists, understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence, and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either. And they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Wow.
Did Dr. Cohen provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Did he diagnose Amber Heard?
Oh, so 4 doctors examined her and only 1 came back with a personality disorder, and that was Johnny's.
With histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
Oh my fucking God. 4 different doctors examined her and 3 came away not giving her a personality disorder, which, by the way, nothing would have been wrong if they had, because there's no reason to have a stigma against a personality disorder. But interesting that Johnny's was sure she was borderline and histrionic.
It's important that you have an individual, Ms. Heard, who's in therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist.
And by the way, my partner and I were discussing this. If anyone tried to use my borderline against me in court, it would have to be thrown out since I was diagnosed in one session. It felt like I got diagnosed like a layman would get diagnosed, like in order to get me into therapy. And it helped, by the way. Like, it helped me, so I don't care. But if you tried to take me to court to prove I had borderline, you better get another person to assess me, sis. Because, like, that woman, though she helped me, did not have enough time with me to diagnose me unless she was so good at her job she could do it day one. But just like FYI, okay? So, like, I would never let somebody who diagnosed me in one session, like, necessarily use that against me. But at the same time, like, you shouldn't even be using it against me. Why are we even having this conversation? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with being abused as a child and creating coping mechanisms to try to survive in life, and then as an adult getting better. So go fuck yourself, huh? Go fuck yourself.
And you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder. If the manifestation of a person's difficulties and illness and symptomatology is better explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. I mean, that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it can't be better explained by her trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality disorder. And that's why they didn't diagnose it.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one session, one couple session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victims of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's non-responsive to the question.
What's the objection? She's making this girl sound too damn good. The objection is she's making her sound respectable. Her objection is that she's literally saying she's the top dog.
The question was, what was the findings?
All right. Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in understanding intimate partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination.
We've got a message from Nayani, who is a member for 1 month. Let's go. Says, I think one of the most interesting things here is that the jury decided not to use any of the psych experts' testimonials due to bias concerns. Oh, what does it mean not to use something that you've heard? Because I'm assuming the jury is listening to this. That's the problem with being a person. Like, how could the jury not internalize this information in some aspects, even if we say we didn't use it in consideration? Like, humans are going to human, right? So I don't know what that means, right? I never know what that means. I've never actually served on a jury, though I've gotten far enough to be not like selected, almost not selected, but interviewed for selection. That's as far as I've ever gotten. And I was rejected, but it was a murder case. And I was like, girl, and she killed her husband, said it was self-defense. I was like, I'm ready, girl. And they dismissed me as a possible juror, but whatever. So I don't know how it works. Like, how does the jury not internalize what they've heard or the impression they got? Or I'm so ignorant when it comes to the law, which is also probably why court scares me, because I don't know anything about it. So it's kind of intimidating.
Determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about, that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated toward Ms. Heard. She also did, as everybody has, all of our other therapists, because Ms. Heard admitted as such, that she also used low levels of violence as well. So
exactly, as Ms. Heard admitted to all of the therapists, she used low level violence. Amber, this is so sad. It's like Amber's trying to be forthcoming and honest, and she's getting punished for it. I'm so sick of the world being like, I want authenticity, I want honesty.
So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
So Dr. Anderson similarly thought that there was violence and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse.
Is this going to be another Monica Lewinsky situation, bro, where Monica Lewinsky, except this is Amber Heard, has to do a TED Talk 30 years later and we all realize we were fucking wrong? Not that, again, that there's innocence. Like, I mean, Monica Lewinsky might have said she consented to being with Bill Clinton, but ultimately that was a fucking inappropriate relationship where she was definitely taken advantage of, because the president cannot put you in that position as an intern. Can you imagine the president putting an intern in that fucking position? I don't care if the intern bragged about it. I don't care if she wanted to do it. I'm so sick of people not understanding. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what 19-year-old Monica Lewinsky or however old she was wanted to do whatever. I don't give a fuck. Same thing with people saying, like, Monica Lewinsky slept with her high school teachers. So adults raped their student? Is that what you're telling me? I'm so sick of people being like, but teenagers seduce adults all the time. You might want to recontextualize that framing, sir. You're going to want to recontextualize that framing. Thank you. I swear it's going to be like that. We're going to look back on this in 20 years and be like, ooh, my bad. But also, damn, there really is no such thing as a perfect victim. There really isn't. Man, it's really hard out here, bro. And it does make it worse because the very few people like that have come into my life that would ever make false accusations, it has been, I can name one person and all of my life, maybe 2, but one that actually like I had direct contact with who made a false accusation in a real way. I could probably think of others that would qualify for this categorization. I'm just trying to make a point. Where that one was significant to me and made me think like, man, even AFAB people be out here. But of course, some part of the population is going to be a liar. All a false accusation is a lie. And so the dilemma is like, sure, it looks bad for victims, but you know what else looks pretty bad for victims is no consistent wins, always being disbelieved, ignored, painted as crazy. I mean, think about it. Think about what happened with Cody Ko, right? So Cody Ko sleeps with Tana Mojo, even though he knows she's 17, right? Cody Ko's best man is a man who at his college was accused of and admitted to, because his phone was confiscated, filming a woman while having sex with her against her consent, a sexual encounter she doesn't remember having. And when she took it to the college found it not provable, and she had to leave school and not the boys, right? And then that man became Cody Ko's best man. Okay. When we think about the way we tell stories, the narratives we tell ourselves, and I've done it, you've done it. You can convince yourself of anything, but you never have to convince yourself of anything if it's true. If it's true, there is no reason to convince you of anything. It's just true or it's not true. That's why I want to know what's true. Is it true or not true? So mutual toxicity in a relationship, right, which we see here with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, does not mean that there's like a mutual equal abuse, which is not what's being found in this relationship, which is what we're trying to get away from the narrative. Like, oh, they were mutually abusive, which like it suggests an equality or in the abuse, which is not what's happening. And this is what happened with other things like, and I'm trying to get away from this language because even when I talked about that streamer, I would say like, oh, they're in a mutually abusive relationship, but really it was mutually toxic with same kind of scenario, right? Primary abuser going after partner, gaslighting, lying, cheating, like manipulation, all of it. And the person always having to caregive and attempt to fix things and attempt to make amends, and then out of retaliation or frustration would be seen yelling or getting frustrated only because they were pushed into corners. And then the story on the internet was like, she's the reason, she made him cheat, she's the reason, she's driving him crazy, she's emotional, she's telling all these people about his abuse, but it's not real. But it was real. It was real. But he got away with painting her as like this girl who would just tell everybody the relationship problems, instead of seeing a girl who's trying to get out of a relationship and trying to find anybody that could like give her the tool to leave, until finally she got the tool to leave. And then got painted once again as like this whore who cheated on him, even though that isn't what happened in the way that we think it did. Isn't that amazing? The cycle continues time and time again. And the only response I got from men we were in connection with, friends we had in common, was, I don't care if he's abusive to other abusive people. Who cares? I don't care that he abused his ex-wife. She was shitty. This is why I say when they go low, you do not join them. Because that's the point. No abuse is justifiable, even if you're abusing an abuser. Because that's a testament to your character. And so the fact that we can ignore it because, oh, but they hurt people I don't like, so it doesn't matter. Oh, he hurt Amber Heard, it doesn't matter, I don't like her. That's exactly the narrative that gets used with streamers, your friends, your relatives, your coworkers, your own. This is what I'm saying. I can't have these people in my life. And you want to know why I unfriended these streamers? Because they had the audacity, regardless of their good intentions, to say, I don't care if he abuses somebody I don't like. Ugh. Chat says, do you think the search for a perfect victim concept is something that keeps disrupting nuance and therefore creates further injustice? I think we want everything to be simple and black and white. I think we want to be able to just say good guy, bad guy. And then the irony is like when we do have empathy for people, we usually have it for bad guys. We like a bad guy because they feel more honest to us, in the same way they did that study of people who cuss are trusted more, even though there's no reason to trust them more. They just come across as honest because they say things they're not supposed to. It's actually one of the reasons Elon and Trump and all these edgelords feel honest to the population, because they're doing the thing they're not supposed to, which is honestly the honest thing, because everybody knows they're playing fucking games. They just don't understand the extent of the game. They don't understand that Elon and Trump are playing a game. They're just playing the I say it like it is game. I'm authentic. I'm saying the thing nobody else will say. Poopy pee poo. Fuck, fuck, fuck. And they're like, that's honest. That guy's honest. It's like, that's why we're watching BoJack. Because BoJack is the guy who's like, he just says it, man. He's just the thing. Rick and Morty, he says it, man. He says what we're thinking, bro. Yes, you can empathize with these characters and you can feel bad for BoJack. He had a traumatic childhood. But he's not a child anymore. And eventually you have to understand that. So you have to face yourself and you have to deconstruct. And you got to find that kid that you're fighting for so hard and let them be the adult they're supposed to be. And that's not what we're doing. We're not doing that. You know, we're just like making excuses for people's behavior. And then they'll say, well, what about you? What have you done? But see, the problem is they're so fucking unhealthy, they can't see what you've done. So don't let unhealthy people decide if you're healthy.
Use, which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with, but she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse by Mr. Depp. What was most notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Heard called her in addition to calling Connell Cohen.
Whoa. Chet says random fact. The creator of BoJack spoke out in support of Amber in 2022. Shut up. Really? That's kind of crazy.
And reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office. And Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me and he pushed me and he punched me in the head. And should I call the police?
Objection, Your Honor,
what should
to
I
your saying.
do?
Oh my God. All the witnesses, they don't want any of the witness testimony. No witness testimony allowed in this court.
She's not reading, Your Honor. She's just saying the significance.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. What were your, what conclusions did you make as a result of what you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition.
Oh my God. So all these witnesses are lying. All these witnesses, like, that's what I'm saying. What the fuck is going on? Multiple witnesses. Multiple. And now we're saying she faked her bruises. They were never there. She never had any bruises. Is all these people lying for Amber? Is Amber so, like, what?
Position and seeing her, redacted notes was that, from my professional opinion, this was a very serious incident and a very serious allegation of intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. If a patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual. And for some reason, that did not happen for Ms. Heard.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading these notes from Amber Heard's treatment providers and their couples therapists?
Objection compound.
Right, sustained.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading what you told everybody you read?
Objection compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
So my overall impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were couples therapists who saw and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen with Ms. Heard. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating, and he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint, and then came back later. Dr. Connell Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too. So there were a total of 6 sessions, couple session, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions. For these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was, punctuated by the coercive control and the intimate partner violence.
What, if any, observations did you make about Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was.
Okay, hold on. Chad says the doctor's talking about incidents. In fact, she wasn't there. It's not proper. The correct thing would be to hear from the witnesses. Their depositions, their legal documents, they are from the witnesses. They're documents. So she keeps saying from the deposition, they've been interviewed. They're just not present in court. But this is all legal. This isn't just like when she's talking about it, there are people with statements. She just can't read them. But she is coming with the information from my understanding, right? She said it multiple times. Am I mishearing it somehow? Maybe you just came into chat, but I feel like she is making it clear these people have submitted. This is evidence that's been submitted, right? So we don't need to have them in court. They've given us sworn affidavits or whatever they've given us, right? Did I miss that?
was down to, I think, 105 pounds from about 125, 130. She was taking
No, she reviewed legal documents along with the medical. Okay, so she reviewed their notes from their thing. She didn't review like sworn statements. Is that what you're saying? I wonder why they didn't get called in. Do you think there was a reason they didn't show up to court? Because that would be interesting, right? Like, I wonder why they didn't come in. Oh, you're saying I'm right. Okay, you are saying I'm right. Oh, okay.
significantly more medication than she's ever taken in her life. She was having more panic, more anxiety, more distress, more affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight. What, if any, diagnoses did Bonnie Jacobs make about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
There was no evidence in the record that Ms. Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether Dr. Cowan Connell thought she had an eating disorder?
There was no indication in his record that she had an
What does
eating
that
disorder.
matter? Oh, because she got to so low weight, not because of an eating disorder, but the stress. I get it. You see, funny enough, I ate my stress. The most toxic era of my relationship was my fattest. Because I ate my feelings. I felt so bad about myself already. I would just eat all my feelings.
What, if any, observations did you make about the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a very relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix. And one of the things that happens with the substance abuse is a very similar dynamic that happens with the intimate partner violence. That there's the lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going to hit you anymore.
Objection, Your Honor. Can I be heard?
You can approach.
Ugh. And Johnny sent a lot of those text messages. I'm sorry. I'm going to fight the demon. I'm going to fight the monster. I'm going to get better. Remember when he said, our relationship's been so fucking good for 3 whole months. It's like he was the one with literally all of the baggage that came into the relationship, and Amber had her own, but he had 20 years more of gathering baggage than she did. Just a reminder, there's a 20-year age gap in this relationship. Recording.
What, if any, dynamics and coping styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying when somebody's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment. There's a lot of rationalization. There's a lot of blame, blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of the promises to change and the promises to get better. So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very similar. The difficulty in this relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy.
I wonder if he has to chew gum. I wonder if that's a part of his addiction, that he chews gum or anything, or is he sober now? I wonder if he's still doing drugs. I mean, he was going on benders. Like, let's be real. Fuck the legality of it and the privilege of superstars to be able to do illegal drugs without any prison sentence compared to everyone fucking else. Let's ignore that fact that he brags about doing drugs, has text messages saying he's going to do drugs. Fuck the fact that he openly talks about his relationship with drug dealers. And fuck the fact that he's in a privileged position that would land anybody else in fucking jail. Okay? But let's just talk about, and look, I think drugs should be decriminalized, for the record. Fuck criminalizing drugs. All drugs should be decriminalized. You're fucking crazy throwing people in prison for drug use. You're fucking crazy. But, okay, where is he now with that? Is he sober now? Is he doing well? Is he better? Did he make any amends? Or no, is he still partying with Marilyn Manson and giving him drugs so he can stop talking so much?
And the coercive control and the possessiveness, that still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
Oh, he did not just make that face. Oh, he did not just make that face. He did not just make that face.
I mean, why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
I mean, you know why.
Objection.
Is he talking to somebody or he making a face?
Speculation, Your Honor.
Have you formed, based on your experience and based on your 29 hours of clinical evaluation of Amber Heard, what is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of the disclosure.
It clearly is not. I mean, it's clearly in the disclosure. Point to where you say it's not. I mean,
Point to where you say it's not.
Yeah, prove it, bitch.
Could you come forward?
Oh my God. Recording. Okay.
now you indicated that your main opinion was that Amber Heard's report of violence and abuse in her relationship with Mr. Depp is consistent with what is known as intimate partner violence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you believe that Amber Heard, what formed your basis of that opinion in a nutshell?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled out loud.
The basis of the opinion was looking at all the dynamics in this relationship, looking at not just the hitting and the yelling, but looking at how much more hitting was done, looking at the coercive control, the obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior, the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she yelled and said some horrible things and hit him, it never was able to shift the balance of power and control in that relationship.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard and you have reviewed and evaluated the emotional impact on Amber Heard as a result of emotional distress as a result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3 alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Objection,
And-
compound leading.
just
Overruled out loud. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the dates and my recollection so that I can be clear?
Since I couldn't put it in, this might be the fastest way, Your Honor.
I'd rather she not address the court. I mean,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there were 3 statements on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020 that I queried her about and asked her about. The one that, what happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Heard, has trauma-based symptoms and PTSD, we say that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment that trigger it and make it worse. And have to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that time become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts, more nightmares, more sleeplessness, more difficulty engaging with other people, depression, sadness, stress. All of that would happen when one of these statements came out.
Okay, one thing I'll say is I was talking to my partner about how privileged it is to have a place to go back to if something really bad happened. But also that place that I could go back to, let's say my parents' house, would also be a toss-up for my mental health status. Because being around my parents, just culturally, it's their home, a lot of things, you can't be yourself fully, so you can't actually create the safe space you need to regulate your emotions and be safe. Not because they intend to make it bad, but because if I regulated my emotions in their home, they wouldn't be able to regulate theirs. And this is why I say make sure your home is a safe space, a sanctuary. When I was in my other relationships and I lived with partners, I didn't want to come home. They would dominate the space. They refused to leave. Even when I asked for space to work, I was like, can you go out with the guys, go get some drinks, do something? Like, no, I live here. I get to be here. They wouldn't give me space. I was never allowed to make the home a peaceful place. When I came home, they would wreck it, make it horrible. It was like, I couldn't decide, like, are you just incompetent? Is this weaponized incompetence? What is this? With my parents, though they're loving and have good intentions, they're also people that cannot not bring up the things that they know are offensive to you. It's like something in their brain, maybe it's neurodivergency, maybe it's something else. They just have to say stuff about their own opinions because they're in their home. This is how they would talk if I wasn't there. But me being there doesn't allow for them to shift the conversation. Does that kind of make sense? Like when I was taught, when you're around people, you don't talk about certain things that might be offensive to them. Like that's what I was taught, funny enough, but not actually by my parents. I think I was taught that kind of by movies or TV shows, more or less. Like I was always taught not to be disrespectful because I was a young person, but and I guess my parents kind of taught me that realistically, I think, because they do pretty good in public settings, but in their own home, they would never refrain from talking homophobically or transphobically around their kids who are gay because they wouldn't think it would make sense. Like, how could you come into my home and make it so I can't speak my way? But when they come to my house, they would expect me to change the way that I talk to accommodate them. And that's cultural, because that's the idea of your elders are coming over, make it comfortable for them. And I think this is a toxic belief system. And in some way is rooted in something kind of also lovely, which is like, no matter how old you are, you're always my child, come home. But also you're always my child means your parents have a hard time seeing you as a grown up. So then when they think of you growing up, they kind of don't understand how to treat you like a grown up since they saw you as a baby and they raised you. And it's a very confusing, conflicting cultural difference. And I see it with my aunties and uncles and everything, where there's like a deep struggle for their kids to come out to them, to share their life with them because they don't want to upset their parents. But also their parents are like, come home, we'll feed you. Come home, we love you. You need a shower, shampoo, conditioner. You want to go to Costco? I'll buy you a whole grocery cart of groceries. Like they're the most giving like people you've ever met. But then they create an environment that makes it really hard to treat you also like an adult and realize you're going to make different decisions than them. And they can't help but like share, like, don't do that. I don't want you to do that. Or please don't do that. I want you to do this instead. They can't help it. And it's, it's a really weird way to be. So, even though I'm so lucky, I could always go home to my parents if I needed anything. The one reason I've always lived outside of my parents' home, the one reason I really try not to be in a situation where I have to go home is because I pick my mental health. And sometimes picking my mental health does mean not talking to my parents during election cycles or making sure I keep a distance, because though they have good intentions, they're so ill-informed, especially about my health problems, that it causes another gaslighting. No, that's the wrong word. Scratch that. Objection. Abstained. It's I'm so funny. It causes an unintentional questioning of my sanity, which leads me to being put in a position where, once again, as a child, I am arguing with the people who should know better but don't. And they can't handle that they don't know better. Like, they can't handle it. Because it's really hard for people in that bubble. Even my grandfather, I would watch my father, grown-ups in their 50s, say, Dad, I think you're Baba. I think you're wrong on that, Baba. And he'd be like, I'm your father. I'm not wrong. So it's a generational curse of parents can't be wrong. That's their responsibility to be right. But of course parents can be wrong because they're a person and people can be wrong. So it's not like they're trying to be cruel, but they're certainly not trying to break that generational curse, the same generational curse that makes it impossible for them in their 50s and 60s to say, Dad, I think you got that wrong. Oh, I actually think that's wrong. It's a huge pride issue, So interesting, huh?
The one that was, the most difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
Oh my God.
What's the objection?
I think she's going to
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Heard was the statement about calling her sexual violence a hoax. As I stated earlier, most women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to, have anything related to it come up. And, she's done, by my estimation in her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high degree of coping strategies. But when this would happen, it sort of everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid of, that no one's going to believe them. No one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out.
All genders have this fear. The dilemma is the probability and statistics show that women are especially not believed by both women and men, But on top of that, that when men come out with their problems, women will often defend them and men won't. Like with Terry Crews, women were on Terry Crews' side. It was men that weren't on his side. And I guess some toxic women, of course. And it's very difficult. Like it is very difficult. And I don't want to blame one gender or another because there's 8 billion people on the planet. We're all having a different relationship with things. I would say generally the people who reacted, because obviously there are lots of people who didn't even know about it. There are lots of people that weren't following the case. There were lots of people who didn't know how to have an opinion either way. But I take it back to our own family relationships. Just go back to your childhood and think of the way your parents talked about men versus women and talk about, because in my household, they always talked about bad things with both genders, but they especially made it a case to explain the manipulation tactics of women versus the abuse of men. And I grew up in a household where, like, you know, boys and girls can't be in closed doors rooms, right? Like cousins, friends were over. You couldn't be in a room with a boy and a girl. But, you know, it's just funny the way we perceive what the genders do or what it means. Or I even grew up in a bubble where there was this perception that, like, your children shouldn't be babysat by a man, but if they're babysat by a woman, at least if they get molested, it's a woman. And that, you know, and I'm like, it's like less bad. That I grew up in a bubble that taught people that basically it's worse for girls to get assaulted than boys. If it's a female teacher. And you'll remember the conversation I had with the 2 streamers, or the streamer and the content creator? Do you remember the conversation about assault? Would you rather be punched in the face or raped? And do you remember the streamer said he'd rather be punched in the nose than raped? And then the other content creators said, wait, by a man or a woman? And they said, oh, I'd rather be raped by a woman because, you know, that's not a thing, or than raped by a man because that's like a thing. Do you remember that conversation? So remember, when we have these conversations, listen to the way people have them. Listen to the way they discount, even in their own conversation, what could be real rape and what isn't. And what's worse, getting punched in the nose or, you know what I mean? And I'm just sitting here like, what are these conversations? And then, of course, because I've shared my assault publicly, every time I say something about the subject, that's her trauma. But when they say something about it, well, who knows what's in their past? But because Brittany's public with hers, we can't take her opinion seriously because, you know, she's been traumatized by this. Cool.
Out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax that lended itself to more severe psychological and traumatic symptomatology for her.
Dr. Hughes, are all of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to go ahead and break for the day. We can have cross-examination and redirect tomorrow of this witness, of Dr. Hughes. So if you could have...
Oh, okay. So that's going to be it for that. Oh, I didn't realize it ended right there. Okay. Man, so gosh, there's so much more in this we have to cover, but we don't have to cover actually. So I'm going to give you guys an option. Think on it. I'm not going to make you choose right now. I think we should end here. Just like spoons wise, this was a lot of emotional labor. I'm going to be real with you. I feel a little tired. But I would say this, tomorrow when I come back, I'm going to do a poll at the beginning of stream and we're going to decide what to do. We want to do more court stuff. So watching Amber talk about her assault, watching her sister talk about the punch, more court testimony, or do we want to watch that YouTuber Medusa? Guys, help me. I forget her name. I saved her videos though. Or do we want to watch her go over stuff? Because apparently she might actually cover it in her video. Medusan. Yes, thank you, Samantha. Medusan. We'll take a poll tomorrow. You don't have to decide now. I'm not going to count it now, but you can put it in chat if you want, girl. Okay. Like the stream before you leave today, guys, but we'll do a poll tomorrow morning, see where we're at, calibrate our feelings, because tomorrow's the last day. I think we've watched enough now to recalibrate our answers and come to a more fair and balanced response to the situation, a much more nuanced response, while acknowledging, like, you know, how we feel about all of this, right? Can we finish the Dr. Hughes testimony? This is the end of this video. I don't have the spoons to watch the cross-examination, if that's what you mean. Like, if you mean, can we watch her be cross-examined? Like, I don't have the spoons today. I'll be real with you. This has been a lot of emotional labor. I'll be real. This has been a lot. Like, you know, I don't know how these people do it all day, every day, in and out, in and out, in and out, case after case. Can you imagine how it must feel as a judge every day, all day? It must feel a way, you know? So I'll come back tomorrow. We'll wrap up. We'll figure it out, you know, how we want to do things tomorrow. I'll take a poll. And then, yeah. And then we'll break for the weekend. I have 2 events for the Discord on the weekend, and I've got to do recording for Ultimatum and the podcast. So God, holy crap. Okay. So on January 11th, please join us on Saturday for the Discord 101 on a discussion on fiveness and boundaries and open discussion for any subject on your mind. Sunday, January 12th, we've got professionally taught yoga, 30-minute class, chronic ill aware. So very accessible, very inclusive. And then after that, at about 30 minutes after that ends, we have book club, Bell Hooks, All About Love, chapter 2, 3, and 4. We're listening to the audiobook, which means, you know, my dyslexic kings and queens should feel comfortable. So please come over and join us over on the Discord and help support the content. If you guys can, please like the stream before you head off today. And thank you for being here. As always, it's been a really wonderful week with all of you. And I think I'm really just grateful that we've decided to do this together as a community because, wow. I told you 2025 was going to be an intensely good and different year. I feel a lot of growth is coming for all of us, and I'm very excited to see who we are by the end of this year. If you haven't done it yet, take a photo of yourself, and we'll compare it to ourselves next January. And remember, like, we do change. We do change when we make the effort. And so it's exciting to be making the effort with you guys this year. I'm really stoked about it. All right, I will talk to you guys again tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye, guys.